Chapter 12:17. Lu Yi looked over and saw that the illusory figure was extremely tall, at least several meters tall. It had hands and feet, but whether it was the hands or feet, they seemed to be made of tree branches. There was also a circle of green saplings on its head, full of vitality. Its body was straight and there were clear facial features on its head. What kind of race was this? Lu Yi was confused. At first glance, it looked like the wood had turned into a spirit. Wood spirit race? Yu Yaorao recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Lu Yi didn't know any wood spirit race, but he had seen fire spirit race before. Back then, there was a group of fire spirit race sealed under a volcano between Blue Flame Mountain Pass and Lone Mountain City Pass. He accidentally broke the seal. And caused a lot of trouble at that time. As if realizing Lu Ye's ignorance, Yu Yaorao transmitted her voice to him. In the starry sky, there are 5 spirit races, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. They are all extremely rare races. Since Wood Spirit has appeared in front of us, this should be Wood Spirit Tree World. Wood Spirit race has a gentle temperament and basically lives a peaceful life. However, each of them is a natural medical cultivator and is proficient in all kinds of healing method. Moreover, they themselves have boundless strength. It is said that Wood Spirit Crystal Core has the effect of reviving the dead, so they are easily targeted by some powerful races. Lu Yi nodded silently. Such a race had strange abilities and treasures in their bodies, but it didn't seem strong enough. It was normal for them to be targeted. It was a matter of course. But what? Lu Yi asked. Yu Yaorao shook her head. It's nothing. It wasn't something difficult to talk about, but although she recognized the Wood Spirit Tree World that had suddenly appeared in front of her, it seemed to be a wood spirit, but it seemed to be somewhat different from the legendary Wood Spirit. She was only a divine sea realm cultivator, so her knowledge of the major races in the starry sky was limited to the records of the travel books of the elders in her sect. She had never personally come in contact with them. Yes. The wood spirit's voice was extremely loud, like a muffled thunder. This old man is Jin No Mu Shanshan, the patriarch of Wood Spirit race. Thank you 2 little friends for coming. Recently, our Wood Spirit race's tree world has encountered some trouble, so I am afraid we will have to trouble you 2 little friends to help us solve it. Yu Yaorao bowed respectfully. This is the original intention of us workers coming here. Patriarch, please tell us what you need us to do. Since the reincarnation tree had sent her and Lu Yi into this tree world, the qualification test had already begun. As for how to pass this test in the end, it all depended on what the 2 of them would do next and the reincarnation tree's judgment. Patriarch Mu Shan continued. The Wood Spirit Tree World has always been suffering from the invasion of the insect race. Those vile insects have invaded our Wood Spirit Tree World and created a huge insect nest in our Wood Spirit Tree World. In recent years, the living space of the Wood Spirit Tree World has been greatly suppressed, and the safety of the children has been greatly threatened. Therefore, this old man would like to ask the 2 of you to help us eradicate that insect nest and kill those vile insects. Lu Yi frowned as he listened. Why were there insectoids everywhere? From the looks of it, the insectoid race was a huge disaster in the starry sky. However, when he recalled Yu Yaorao's introduction about the reincarnation tree's all-encompassing nature, he felt relieved. The reincarnation tree was equivalent to a miniature version of the starry sky, where many races gathered, many of which were extremely rare, but they all had special abilities. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Under such circumstances, it was easy to be targeted. The insectoid race had always been the largest raiding group in the starry sky, so it wasn't strange for them to appear here. We need some detailed information, Yu Yaorao said. She and Lu Yi were only the 2 of them. With the cooperation of the Wood Spirit clan, it was hard to say how much help the other party could provide, so information was necessary. Yu Yaorao was confident in her own strength, but she didn't have much confidence in Lu Ye's strength. He was only an 8th-order Divine Sea cultivator, so no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be that strong. It was just a fact. This is not a problem. This old man will give you two a detailed explanation later. My Wood Spirit clan will definitely thank you for your trouble. Yu Yaorao smiled faintly without commenting, but Lu Yi was interested. What kind of reward? Patriarch Mu Shan Shan scratched his ears and cheek. He had just said it casually. Most of the humans he had come into contact with before were noble and pure people. No matter what they thought, at least they wouldn't ask too much. After the matter was over, he would just give them some random things to send them off. Who knew that someone would really ask him such a question in person? This was the first time since the beginning of time. He rolled his eyes and said, "Crystal core. The most precious crystal core of my Wood Spirit clan. With it, no matter how serious your injuries are in the future, even if you only have one breath left, you can come back from the dead. With it, you too will have an extra life. The crystal core of the Wood Spirit clan is worthy of you two little friends." Lu Yi nodded lightly. If it was such a reward, it would indeed be very satisfying. Cultivators out there, who didn't have a dangerous time. If their lives were in danger, the crystal core of the Wood Spirit clan could really save their lives. Yu Yaorao was stunned for a moment, and then her bright eyes narrowed slightly. Patriarch Mu Shan Shan still wanted to say something, but Yu Yaorao suddenly raised her hand and waved it. She didn't know what treasure she used, but the space in front of her instantly became more and more visible. There were many fine lines visible to the naked eye. Those fine lines crisscrossed and surrounded Patriarch Mu Shan Shan tightly. Lu Yi raised his hand and held the hilt of the mountain pan saber. His aura condensed and didn't release. Patriarch Mu Shan Shan's body stiffened. He stood in place and shivered. He looked at the countless flickering thin lines around him in horror and fear. What is this? Lu Yi tilted his head and looked at Yu Yaorao. Yu Yaorao snorted lightly. He is not a wood spirit. I was almost fooled by him. What do you mean? Lu Yi asked. The Wood Spirit clan, no matter what, will never give their crystal core to others. Because the crystal core is the source of life of the Wood Spirit clan. Even if a wood spirit dies, as long as the crystal core exists, it can give birth to a new wood spirit. Therefore, the crystal core is a taboo for the Wood Spirit clan. The Wood Spirit clan values it even more. How can a real Wood Spirit clan give away their crystal core? That is equivalent to giving away their own clansmen. Also, there's one more thing. Although I told you that the Wood Spirit clan's crystal core has the effect of bringing the dead back to life, it was actually just an exaggeration. Perhaps it really does have some healing effects, but it definitely can't bring the dead back to life. He said he's the chief of the Wood Spirit clan, so how could he not know the difference? So he is a fake? Lu Yi clicked his tongue in wonder. He raised his eyes and looked at Mu Shan Shan. His eyes were filled with insight spirit patterns, but there was no sign of it. Problem. Fortunately, Junior Brother asked one more question. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by him. When Lu Yi asked that question, Yu Yaorao felt that this cultivator from the 9th heaven was a little greedy. He hadn't helped anyone yet, but he was already thinking about it. The benefits were really realistic. But now, it seemed that she still had to thank him. Speak, why did you lie to us? Yu Yaorao stared at Mu Shan Shan. She urged her spiritual power, and the sharp lines around his body shrank inwards. After a while, Mu Shan Shan was still quibbling. He said with a sad face, I didn't lie to you. I am really the patriarch of the Wood Spirit clan. You have to believe me. While he was complaining about his grievances, he observed the two humans in front of him, but he saw that the two humans in front of him were completely indifferent. Especially that weapon cultivator. Not only was he indifferent, but he was also eager to try. His fingers were still rubbing the hilt of his saber, as if he could draw his saber and slash at any time. Come. I swear, I swear to the reincarnation tree, I didn't lie to you. The weapon cultivator really pulled out his saber and walked towards him step by step. Mu Shan Shan panicked. His eyes turned even more frequently than before, as if he was thinking about how to win the trust of the two humans in front of him. But in such a short time, the other party had a preconceived idea. How could they be so easily convinced? Junior brother, wait! At the critical moment, Yu Yaorao shouted. Lu Yi stopped. The corners of Yu Yaorao's mouth curled up into a smile. You dared to act so mysteriously in front of the reincarnation tree, and made so many mistakes. Moreover, you even had such a miraculous transformation ability. The two of us couldn't see through your disguise at all. Moreover, your mouth was full of nonsense and you didn't dare to show your true appearance. I roughly know what race you are. Mu Shan Shan was still stubborn. I am the patriarch of the Wood Spirit clan. But his tone was much weaker. A group of demons. Quickly show your true form. Yu Yaorao shouted. The thin lines surrounding Mu Shan Shan suddenly shrank rapidly. Those thin lines looked unremarkable, but in fact, each one was incomparably sharp. She had refined them with treasures from an extremely evil place in the Nine Profound World. Its quality was so high that it had reached the limit of a spirit treasure. Even if she advanced to the constellation realm in the future, such a spirit treasure would be enough to meet her needs for battle. The thin lines crisscrossed, and Mu Shan Shan cried out in pain. I am dead. As he shouted, green blood gushed out from his whole body. His whole body was divided into pieces and scattered on the ground. Lu Yi was shocked by Yu Yaorao. This was the reincarnation tree's tree world. Moreover, the two of them had come to help. But before they could help, they killed the main character? What was going on? Although he had pulled out his saber, it was at most for show. He wouldn't really use his saber to chop people. But Yu Yaorao didn't panic in the slightest after killing the wrong person. Instead, she was calm and composed. Junior brother Lu probably doesn't know that there is a very rare race in this world. It is much rarer than the Five Elements Spirit Clan. It is called the Demon Race. They are born with a very strange transformation ability. They can transform into any appearance they want. Moreover, it is as if they are made by nature. Even if the cultivation is 1 or 2 realms higher than them, they may not be able to see through it. New. Chapter 12:18. So the wood spirit is not a wood spirit, it is just an illusion. Lu Yi understood. If this was the innate ability of the wood spirit, then there was a reasonable explanation why even his clear vision spirit rune couldn't see through the flaw. Mouth the starry sky was vast and there were many races. Among them, except for the human race, which didn't have anything special, almost every other race had 1 or 2 skills. Mouth, but ironically, in this starry sky, it was the human race that didn't have anything special. They occupied the most domains and were the most famous race among all the races. They were the real overlord. There was once an almighty expert who asserted that if the human race in the starry sky didn't have internal strife, then there would be no space for other races to survive. At that time, all the races would become the vassals of the human race. But the internal strife of the human race was something that couldn't be stopped or changed. The fairy race has many strange characteristics, not only the ability to transform, but if there is any race in the reincarnation tree's tree world that can transform to such a lifelike degree, then it is the fairy race. While speaking, Yu Yaorao had already put away her thread-like spirit treasure. Standing in front of the corpse of Patriarch Mu Shan Shan, a bright flame burned in her hand. Staring at the corpse on the ground, she said, "Still not showing yourself? Do I have to set you on fire?" When her thread-like spirit treasure cut Mu Shan Shan's body, it looked like she had photoshopped Mu Shan Shan's body, but in fact, she didn't feel any force at all during the whole process. In other words, when the thread-like spirit treasure cut through Mu Shan Shan's body had already been torn apart, including the dark green blood that spurted out. It was just the appearance of a method. A scene that surprised Lu Yi appeared. After Yu Yaorao uttered her threat, the pieces of broken corpses on the ground actually came to life. They twisted and changed, and turned into a solid existence that was only about 1 foot tall. At first glance, they looked like the human race that had been shrunk many times, but different from the human race. Each of them had a pair of wings on their back. The wings were not flesh wings, but translucent like the wings of a dragonfly. They were wearing colorful clothes, and each of them had different colors lingering around them. For a moment it was as if 100 flowers were blooming. The field of vision became colorful. In terms of appearance, the men were extremely handsome, and the women were also extremely beautiful. All of them were young and full of vitality. Only the spirit transformed from the wooden head had a head full of white hair. He looked like an old man, but he was dressed in flashy clothes. Unlike the colorful clothes of the other spirits, this old man was shimmering with golden light. Even among all the other spirits, he was the most dazzling one. Thinking back to Wood Shanshan's initial introduction, Lu Yi suddenly understood that this guy wasn't Wood Shanshan. He was clearly Gold Shanshan. It was just that when he introduced himself, he almost made a blunder. This was a demon. Lu Yi looked around with great interest. In the 9 regions, one would never be able to see such wonderful things. Aside from the human race, there were only ugly and abominable insects. Later on, they also came into contact with the blood race and the corpse race. However, no matter which race it was, none of them could be compared to the fairy race. The monsters revealed their true forms, and there were more than 100 of them. They flapped their wings, and under the dumbstruck gaze of Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao, they stacked up one after another. It could be seen that they were very skilled in doing this, and they should have done it more than once. In the blink of an eye, they stacked up into a pyramid. The only one with a head full of white hair, Gold Shanshan, stood at the top of the pyramid, assuming a domineering posture of a golden rooster standing on one leg and fiercely looking at the 2 humans. Then, the monsters began to speak. Since you saw through it, then we won't hide it. Yes. That's right, we are in the sky, gathering wisdom and beauty. Yes. Talent and morality. Yes. The greatest, the wisest, and the most powerful. Bow, fairy race. Yes. The monsters spoke in a very hierarchical manner. The first to speak was from the lower layer, and then from one layer after another, and finally from the top, Gold Shanshan, to finish. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Yu Yaorao also raised her hand to cover her face. Even if she had read some records about the monsters from the travel notes of her elders, and knew what kind of character the monsters had, at this moment, she still felt somewhat embarrassed. She quietly transmitted her voice to Lu Yi. No matter how old the fairy race is, they are born with a childlike nature. They are actually just like the children of the human race. Yes. Lu Yi deeply agreed. I see. Ah! Ayaya! Gold Shanshan suddenly exclaimed. There was no other reason. The pyramid, it collapsed. The group of monsters swayed left and right. They clearly had wings, but every one of them fell and became dizzy. Immediately after, the monsters began to argue. This monster accused another monster of not standing properly, and that monster accused another monster of falling down, and this was not an ordinary argument, but a quarrel between every monster. For a moment the scene was very lively. Lu Yi felt like there were hundreds of ducks quacking in his ears. Before they could reach a conclusion about the collapse of the pyramid, the topic inexplicably changed again. The monsters began to argue about why they were exposed. Some said that Gold Shanshan was too stupid, some said that he should not have transformed into a wood spirit, and all kinds of quarreling topics, and so on. I forgot to tell Junior Brother, the monsters talk too much. Yu Yaorao transmitted her voice to Lu Yi again, but this does not mean that they are not united, this is just their characteristic. Yes. Lu Yi also saw this point, because although the monsters were quarreling, no one had the intention to fight, especially Gold Shanshan. He was obviously the patriarch of the fairy race, but he was being scolded by the other monsters. His face and neck were red, and he did not have the power and dignity that a patriarch should have. The monsters were still quarreling, and the two humans just stood on the side and watched quietly. At a certain moment, the noise suddenly subsided, and then the group of monsters looked at Yu Yaorao and Lu Yi anxiously. Gold Shanshan pushed the crowd aside, flapped his little wings, and pretended to cough lightly, and said, "First of all, I would like to apologize to the two distinguished guests on behalf of the fairy race, because we deceived you. For upright and kind people like us, this is an unforgivable mistake, but we also ask for the two distinguished guests' understanding. After all, our fairy race is really not suitable to appear in front of others." "Yes." Yu Yaorao smiled slightly, "I understand. The fairy race has a huge attraction to any race, and this is also the fairy race's way of self-protection." Gold Shanshan's forehead showed a mature posture. "It would be best if the two of you can understand. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Let's just let this small unhappiness vanish, and let's talk about business." Yu Yaorao said, "I still say the same thing, it's not a problem if you want our help, we came here for this purpose, but we need detailed information." Gold Shanshan said, "I will inform the two of you." Then, he narrated the current situation of the fairy tree world. In fact, the situation was not too complicated, it was just that the insect race had invaded and built a large insect nest in their fairy tree world, wanting to invade their fairy tree world and kidnap their fairy race members. What Yu Yaorao and Lu Yi needed to do was to uproot the insect nest, kill all the insect race, and return the fairy tree world to Threshold Universe. Lu Yi found a problem. "Are there only so many of your people? Or were they killed by the insect race?" Gold Shanshan said proudly, "There are only so many of our people, so we are the rarest race in the starry sky." As if this was something worth showing off. Lu Yi raised her eyebrows. "In other words, we are the only ones dealing with the insect race?" Gold Shanshan said solemnly, "This little friend is wrong, it's not us, it's you." Lu Yi was stunned. "Then what about you? We will cheer for you." Gold Shanshan replied seriously, and the other fairy race members were stunned. Lu Yi suddenly felt that there was a reason why this race had so few members. Their own home was invaded, but they did not have the intention to resist, and instead counted on outsiders. This kind of philosophy was really hard to agree with. To be honest, if this was not the test of the reincarnation tree, Lu Yi would not help. People need to be strong to be saved, and if they can't even be strong, then they should be wiped out. There were more than one or two races that were wiped out. Yu Yaorao said, "We can help, but you can't just cheer, we need your blessings." Lu Yi didn't know what Zhu Yan was, but Yu Yaorao had some understanding of the Fey race. Since she brought it up at this time, then she must have her reasons. Presumably, this so-called Zhu Yan would be able to provide some assistance. That. Gold Shanshan rubbed his hands, looking a little embarrassed. Yu Yaorao looked determined. "If you can't even provide blessings, then please forgive us for not being able to help. We need to discuss." Gold Shanshan said quickly. "Then hurry up, time waits for no one." A group of fairy race members immediately gathered together, with their heads facing inwards and buttocks facing outwards, forming a large circle, and began to discuss. Lu Yi could not understand because they were speaking the fairy race's language, so he turned to look at Yu Yaorao. Yu Yaorao smiled bitterly. "I don't understand the fairy race's language either." "What is blessings?" Lu Yi asked. Yu Yaorao explained, "The fairy race itself does not have strong fighting power, and they don't like to fight with the insect race. They were not used to fighting with people at noon, so in the face of the insect race's invasion, they actually did not have much ability to resist. Junior Marshal Brother Lu should have wronged them on this point. It was not that they were not strong enough, but it was mainly because of their characteristics. Although they were not used to fighting with people, each of them had an innate auxiliary ability, which was their blessings. Any cultivator, if they could bring a fairy race member with them, their strength would increase by at least 20%. They could also give cultivators some special blessings in different fields. There is such a strange thing? Lu Ye's eyes lit up, and he looked at the fairy race members gathered in a circle in front of him, as if he had seen a group of treasures. Please enter Embark to view the latest update. Read for free. Chapter 12:19. After the discussion of the fairies ended, Gold Sparkle stood up with a serious expression. We have decided to agree to your request. We will send 2 of our strongest fairies to help you. These words sounded. Something seemed wrong. It was clearly Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao who had come to help them fight against the enemy's invasion and restore the peace of the tree realm, but Gold Sparkle's words clearly had the intention of turning the host into a guest. However, there was no need to care about this with the fairies. They were born this way. Yu Yaorao nodded. That's for the best. I wonder which 2 fairies your noble family will send? Gold Sparkle chuckled. We still have to discuss it. Turning around, the fairies began to discuss again. Lu Yi couldn't tell who was stronger or weaker among the fairies. In his perception, there wasn't much difference between the auras of these fairies. It was as if even their cultivation realms were about the same. But thinking about it, there was a standard among them that could distinguish between the strong and the weak. Moreover, this matter concerned the future of the fairy tree realm, so they would definitely not be careless, since they had said that they would send the 2 strongest demons. Fairy, then naturally. But soon, Lu Yi knew that he was thinking too much. Because the fairies were very against this matter, the discussion turned into an argument. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, Gold Sparkle jumped into the air, put his hands on his waist and shouted, "In that case, let's do it according to the old rules. There is an old saying in the human race, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in the heavens. It also applies to us fairies, so no one has any complaints later." The group of fairies all had solemn expressions as they prepared for battle. Just when Lu Yi thought that they were going to pass some sacred and fair test, when they were about to decide the title of the strongest in a fair way, Gold Sparkle waved his hand and a large circle suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the cylinder with both hands and shook it up and down a few times. Then, he slapped it in front of him and shouted, "Who's first?" The fairies pushed and shoved each other, showing great humility. Everyone has a share. No one can run away. Gold Sparkle took out the demeanor of a patriarch and pointed at one of the yellow-clothed fairies. "Fairy, you first." Usually, any demon would dare to disobey the clan leader, Gold Sparkle, but when he gave orders, no one dared to disobey. The yellow-clothed demon immediately flew forward dejectedly. She reached out with her small hand and grabbed the cylinder. When she pulled her hand back, there was a long object in her hand. She didn't know what material it was made of, but it was pitch black. The yellow-clothed demoness immediately cheered and laughed loudly. With the first one, the rest was simple. The sprites stepped forward one by one, each of them grabbing a small black rod from the cylinder. Some were overjoyed while others were uneasy. Lu Yi found that those who were cheering were obviously the ones who had caught the longer black stick. Those who were uneasy were all, it was relatively short. He finally understood that this was not a sacred and fair ceremony at all. This was simply a lucky draw. When all the fairies had drawn their little black rods, Glittery Gold shook the cylinder again. Almost all the little black rods in the fairies' hands flew back, leaving only 2 fairies holding them. "Haha, the results are out." Twinkle Gold looked at the 2 sorrowful demons and came to a conclusion, "It's you guys." Among the 2 fairies, one was wearing yellow, but it was not the yellow-clothed demon who had drawn the first lot, but the other one. The second one was wearing green. The yellow-clothed one was a male demon, and the green-clothed one was a female demon. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not. Glittery Gold brought the 2 fairies in front of Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao, and said with a straight face, "2 distinguished guests, these are the 2 most powerful clansmen of our fairy clan. They will definitely be able to provide you with the best blessings for the rest of your journey. Lu Yi didn't know what to say at all. If he hadn't seen their selection with his own eyes, he would have really believed this guy's nonsense. Yu Yaorao, on the other hand, looked as if she was used to it. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Patriarch. Please rest assured, we will protect them well." Glittery Gold nodded. "Then I will leave the rest to you." He reached out and pushed the 2 chosen fairies forward, turned around, and left. A large group of fairies followed him noisily, and soon disappeared without a trace. From afar, a golden, sparkling voice sounded, "Children, life must be enjoyable. Let's continue the banquet." It caused a burst of cheers. The 2 humans and the 2 fairies looked at each other. The 2 fairies were obviously very uneasy about what had happened, and there was a lot of fear in their eyes. Yu Yaorao was well aware of it and comforted them gently. "You 2 can rest assured, we will never let anything happen to you." The 2 fairies nodded, and the fear on their faces dissipated a lot. Lu Yi said, "But you also have to be obedient. If you don't, you will die in vain." He was really convinced by the unreliability of this group of fairies. Starting from the fairies, there were all kinds of situations that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of unreliability was not a problem on normal days, but if it was revealed in a battle with the enemy, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. It had always been the instinct of the human clan to be good at being bad at being bad. Since Yu Yaorao was playing the good cop, he could only play the bad cop. To be honest, if he wasn't curious about the fairies Zhu Yan, he didn't want to bring these 2 fellows along. But looking at Yu Yaorao's expression, she seemed to be very satisfied with this. The 2 fairies, who had just calmed down, became frightened again. Death. To them, it was the most vicious word in the world. "So in the next operation, you have to assist us well. We will do our best to protect you." Yu Yaorao continued, "But if there is someone who is disobedient and runs away from the battle, I will kill him first." Lu Yi added. Yu Yaorao smiled knowingly and didn't say anything more. Instead, she asked, "Then, which direction do your Zhu Yan lean towards?" The yellow-cloved fairy, who was a male, spoke first, and he was still calm. "My Zhu Yan leans towards the enhancement of the body." The green-cloved female fairy said weakly, "My Zhu Yan leans towards the enhancement of weapons." Yu Yaorao understood and raised her finger to point at the yellow-clothed fairy. "Then you follow me, and the other one will follow junior martial brother Lu Yi." She was a magic cultivator, and she wouldn't use a sword to kill people. It was useless to have the enhancement of the green-clothed fairy, so this arrangement was reasonable. The yellow-clothed fairy nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, and the green-clothed fairy looked at her with tears in her eyes. "Can I?" "No." Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed her and put her down. She sat on his shoulder. The green-clothed fairy grabbed a strand of hair by his ear and shivered. She was trembling. Yu Yaorao smiled and said, "Then let's start with introducing ourselves first? I know the Zhu Yan of you fairies. You need to use the name of the person you wish to bless. My name is Yu Yaorao, from the 9 Mysteries world. This is junior martial brother Lu Yi, from the 9 Heavens world." The yellow-clothed fairy said, "My name is Huang Tong Tong." The green-clothed fairy still whispered, "My name is Luing." What kind of bullshit name is this? Lu Yi was stunned, but seeing Yu Yaorao's smiling expression, she seemed to have expected it. "Then we can be considered to know each other now." It has to be said that Yu Yaorao was beautiful and good at mediating the relationship between each other. It would be very relaxing and pleasant to get along with such a person if they were not enemies. After a few words, the 2 fairies were not as nervous as before. "Before taking action, can you let us feel the power of your fairies Zhu Yan? This way, it will be more convenient for us to cooperate later." Yu Yaorao said. This was also a reasonable suggestion. Even if she did not say it, Lu Yi would have said it. Since they want to cooperate with each other, they naturally have to get familiar with each other first. They can't just pick up the sword and go into battle. No problem. Huang Tongtong nodded and then flew and landed on Yu Yaorao's shoulder. He muttered something in his mouth, and then a layer of bright yellow light flowed out. Then, it entered Yu Yaorao's body. Yu Yaorao raised her eyebrows and silently felt it. She sighed with emotion. The fairy's Zhu Yan is indeed worthy of its reputation. The enhancement of the physical body was not only to strengthen the physique. This was not very useful for magic cultivators, but under this kind of Zhu Yan, she could clearly feel that the spiritual power in her body was flowing faster, and her thoughts seemed to be a lot purer. Just this alone could indeed increase her strength by at least 10 to 20%. If it was an individual cultivator who received this kind of Zhu Yan, the increase would be even greater. What about you? Lu Yi saw that Yu Yaorao seemed to have gained something, so he turned his head and looked at Lu Yingying on his shoulder. Lu Yingying was shocked and almost fell from his shoulder. She felt that this human was much more ferocious than the other one. When he opened his mouth, it seemed like he wanted to eat people. She did not dare to be anxious and hurriedly activated the Zhu Yan technique. Lu Yi waited for a moment but did not feel anything. But thinking of what Lu Yingying said before, it seemed that her Zhu Yan technique was biased towards the enhancement of weapons. He pulled out his sword. Lu Yingying instantly cried, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I've already tried my best." "Shut up!" Lu Yi shouted in a low voice. Lu Yingying quickly stopped crying and looked at him pitifully. Lu Yi frowned. "It's useless." The Pan Shan sword did not seem to have any change. Yu Yaorao was puzzled. It shouldn't be. Nothing. There was indeed no change. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yingying again. Did the Zhu Yan technique make a mistake? Nothing. No. There is absolutely no mistake. Lu Yingying waved her two small hands and the wings behind her back also fluttered together. Yu Yaorao also said, "A demon's Zhu Yan technique will not be wrong. If it is useless, then there is only one possibility." She looked at Lu Yi with deep meaning. "Junior brother, did you give a fake name?" "What do you mean?" Lu Yi was puzzled. Yu Yaorao explained, "A demon's Zhu Yan technique is a magical power. There was once a powerful cultivator who studied it, but it is a power that no other race can use except for the demon. It is related to some mysteries in the unseen world. Please enter com to view it in your browser. Free reading. Com. Chapter 12:20. The so-called mystery was something that couldn't be explained, observed, or even felt, but it really existed. The blessing words of the fairy race were related to this mysterious power. This was also the biggest reason why no other race could use the blessing words except for the fairy race. The name of a creature is actually a bit mysterious. This is also why many powerful beings in the starry sky don't easily reveal their names. The blessing words of the fairy race require the name of the person being blessed. If the name is fake, then the blessing words won't work. Lu Yi looked calm. "This is my name." With Yang Qing's previous warning, he wouldn't casually announce the existence of the 9 regions, but there was no need to hide his name. He was a divine sea realm cultivator. Why would he lie about his name? Yu Yaorao saw that he didn't seem to be faking it, so she couldn't help but be curious. Then why? I also want to ask why, Lu Yi thought. But soon, Yu Yaorao remembered something. "Junior brother, in your domain, is there any other name that is more recognized by the creatures in your domain? If there is, then it should be because of this." The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. There really was such a name. Lu Ye. Yu Yaorao looked at Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying understood tacitly and used the blessing words again. This time, Lu Yi immediately felt something different. This was because there was a kind of energy that he almost didn't notice being added to his Pan Mountain Saber. From the outside, the Pan Mountain Saber didn't seem to have changed at all. However, he could clearly feel that the Pan Mountain Saber had become sharper. It was as if Lu Yingying had blessed him with the sharpness spiritual tattoo, and the degree of sharpness was much more powerful than a simple sharpness spiritual tattoo. With the saber in hand, he suddenly had an illusion that no matter what was in front of him, he could easily cut it in half. Spiritual tattoo? It wasn't a spiritual tattoo, but it felt similar. The sharpness spiritual tattoo was the first spiritual tattoo he obtained from the talent tree. It had provided him with a lot of help in his cultivation and battles. Almost every battle, he would bless the Pan-Shan saber with the sharpness spiritual tattoo, sometimes even a double-peak sharpness spiritual tattoo. Because the Pan Mountain saber's characteristics were never sharp enough, it was mainly heavy and heavy. This forced him to add sharpness spirit runes to make the saber sharper. When one's cultivation wasn't high, the sharpness spirit rune was still very powerful. It could basically slash through everything. However, as his cultivation level increased, the enemies he encountered became more and more powerful. Just the sharpness spirit tattoo alone was not enough. Even the double-peak sharpness spirit tattoo was not enough. This was because the higher the cultivation level of the enemy, the stronger their physique. This was especially so when he fought against the holy seeds of the blood race in the blood refinement realm. If it were not for Lu Ye's ability to suppress the enemy to a large extent with the holy seeds of the blood race, it would have been very difficult for him to use the Mountain Pan blade alone to cause effective damage. Recently, Lu Ye had been thinking about this problem. Should he reforge the Pan-Shan saber to make it sharper? But he couldn't make up his mind. However, if his sharpness spirit tattoo could reach the level of Zhu Yan of the Fairy Clan, then there would be no need to modify it at all. While many thoughts flashed through his mind, Yu Yaorao pursed her lips and giggled. It seems like Junior Brother Lu's other name is the one that is truly recognized. For Zhu Yan of the Fairy Clan, only a name that was truly recognized by more creatures could play a role. Right now, 9 out of 10 cultivators in the 9 prefectures would address him as Lu Ye. Only the people closest to him would address him as Lu Ye. Even the information in the battlefield imprint that was verified by Tianji had long changed his name to Lu Ye. Lu Ye was a little puzzled. Ye was obviously just a playful nickname. It was fine if it was spread in the 9 regions, but now that he had come to the starry sky, there was no way to get rid of it. Let's go. Lu Ye didn't want to be entangled in this issue. He sheathed the saber and walked out. The location where the two were now was inside the fairy tree realm, which was also the center of the fairy tree realm. This location only had a radius of a few hundred miles, which was hidden by the fairy clan. Therefore, even if they only had hundreds of people, they could still stand under the encirclement and suppression of the insect race. Because although the insect race with pure intelligence occupied the vast majority of the fairy tree realm, they still couldn't find a place to stay. This point had already been explained in the introduction of Golden Glitter just now. This was also the reason why they didn't show any impatience. They had long been accustomed to such a situation. Even without Lu Ye and Yu Yaorao, their safety would not be threatened. Moreover, even if Lu Ye and Yu Yaorao helped them solve the problem this time, in a few days, there would be a new invasion of the insect race. In the next 100 years, when the next batch of Divine Sea Realm cultivators came, there would be people sent here to help them. Unless the reincarnation tree changed its principles, the fairy tree realm would never be peaceful, because the insect race could also rely on it and occupy a place in other fairy tree realms. Only a moment later, the two left the hiding place of the fairy clan. As if they had broken through an invisible barrier, the scene that was imprinted in their eyes was no longer a vibrant world, but a barren one. Insects of different sizes crawled on the ground and flew in the sky, searching for traces of the fairy clan, but found nothing. Seeing these ferocious insect race, Lu Ye clearly felt Lu Yingying's nervousness on his shoulder because his hair was being pulled. This race had all kinds of problems, cowardly, unreliable, but it was undeniable that they were a group of naive and kind little things. This kind of character was not suitable for survival in the starry sky. Perhaps it was because of this that they lost their home and had no choice but to come to the fairy tree realm to find a place to stay. Junior Brother Lu, do you have any good suggestions? Looking at the many insect race that had sensed the two's aura and were aggressively rushing towards them, Yu Yaorao asked. Lu Yi slowly drew his blade and spat out a word. Kill! Dealing with the insect race was simple and direct. There was no need to beat around the bush. His figure swept forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The sudden increase in speed made Lu Yingying couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She grabbed a strand of his hair with one hand and his collar with the other, so she didn't get thrown down. The creatures in the fairy tree realm wouldn't surpass the divine sea realm. It was not that they couldn't be born, but once they were born, they had to leave the fairy tree realm. This was also the only time when the reincarnation tree would actively expel creatures, because when one's cultivation reached the celestial realm, one would have the strength to cross the starry sky. Naturally, there was no need to stay in the fairy tree realm. Its many fairy tree realms were only provided for those creatures who couldn't survive in the starry sky to live. For the current Lu Yi, as long as they weren't in the celestial realm, he could kill them all. Everywhere he passed, there would be a rain of blood. Lu Yingying's screams didn't stop since the beginning. It was so noisy that Lu Ye's eardrums hurt. The corners of Yu Yaorao's mouth curled into a smile as she leisurely walked beside Lu Yi. She didn't seem to be making any movements, but none of the insects that approached from the left or right could get close to them. Once they broke through this limit, they would die inexplicably. One rushed forward in a straight line, while the other solved the problems on the left and right. They complemented each other well. She was observing Lu Yi. She didn't know what kind of world the 9 heavens were, but since he could be brought to the reincarnation tree by his elder, it must be a large world. In such a large world, it was impossible to not find a 9th-order divine sea realm master. However, Lu Yi, an 8th order, had come here, so there were only 2 possibilities. One was that he was stronger than a 9th-order master, and the other was that he had a strong background, so even if his cultivation wasn't high enough, he was still able to obtain this opportunity. Yu Yaorao wanted to know which was the case with Lu Yi. At this moment, the 2 of them were natural allies in this fairy tree realm, but if they passed the test here and entered the next stage, they might become opponents. Yu Yaorao naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to collect information at close range. After observing for a while, Yu Yaorao quickly determined that Lu Yi was the first possibility. The strength he showed was no worse than a 9th-order divine sea realm master, perhaps even higher. He thought to himself that this was indeed the case. In a large domain, there would always be some monstrous characters. In a place like the reincarnation tree, there were no experts from any domain who would casually bring people here. If they relied on their strong backing, not only would they lose face, they might even lose their lives. While she was observing Lu Yi, how could Lu Yi not be observing her? Although this wasn't the first time Lu Yi had come into contact with a cultivator from another world, it was the first time he had come into contact with someone from outside the starry sky. As a fellow 9th-order divine sea realm cultivator, he naturally wanted to know what kind of skills the other party had. As a result, he found that he couldn't see through her, because Yu Yaorao relied more on the power of her spirit artifact to kill enemies. She didn't show much of her own strength. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the enemies the 2 of them encountered weren't strong enough. Perhaps they would only be able to see their true strength when they encountered a strong enemy. Because they had to clear out the insects in the tree realm, the 2 of them didn't advance quickly, which attracted the scattered insects around them. Looking around, it was as if a storm of death was spreading out from the place where the monster race was hiding, leaving insect corpses everywhere it passed. Lu Yingying finally began to do something. After the initial panic, she didn't forget her duty and began to urge Zhu Yan to enhance Lu Ye's mountain coiling saber. Zhu Yan had a certain time limit and couldn't be maintained for a long time, only about half an incense stick's worth of time, so Lu Yingying had to restore it before it lost its effect. While Lu Yi was killing enemies, he was also silently sensing the Zhu Yan on his mountain coiling saber. Although this wasn't a spirit rune, there was obviously some similarity between the two, because in terms of results, they could play the same role, just that Zhu Yan's was more powerful. His attainments in the Tao of spirit runes weren't low, and after the second transformation of his talent tree, he had gained the ability to deduce spirit runes. He wanted to see if he could reverse engineer a new spirit rune and make it have the same power as Zhu Yan. This was undoubtedly a bit whimsical, but it was a direction worth working towards. End of this chapter. Chapter 12:21. The fairy's Zhu Yan was very powerful. Most of the insects Lu Yi encountered during his raid were not powerful enough, but some of them were at the divine realm. Sea realm. This was not the land of the 9 continents. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the tree realm was rich and pure. Therefore, it was easy for them to reach the upper realm. It was the same for the insects. Therefore, the proportion of insects at the divine sea realm was not low. The insectoids themselves were covered with a thick layer of carapace, not to mention the divine sea realm insectoids. Those big insectoids, all of them had amazing defense. When Lu Yi killed the insects in the land of the 9 continents, he had to look for their weaknesses. But there was no need for that here. Wherever the Pan Mountain saber slashed, the insect's shells were cut open like tofu. This had something to do with the increase of his strength. But it was undeniable that Lu Yingying's Zhu Yan also played a huge role. After a long fierce battle, the two killed many insects. Then, Yu Yaorao found a problem. Junior Marshal Brother Lu, the nest is in this direction. She found that Lu Ye's raid direction was completely wrong. It was the opposite of where the nest was. She and Lu Yi did not know where the nest was, but the fairies knew. They just had to ask Wang Tongtong. They would know. Since they wanted to deal with the insects here, they had to deal with the nest first. Only by dealing with the nest could they get to the root. They had to solve the problem. Not far ahead of her, Lu Yi quickly turned around and changed his direction. Yu Yaorao laughed. He was indeed a reckless soldier. He did not plan anything before he took action. He just went where he wanted to go. She had wronged Lu Yi. If Lu Yi was alone, he would definitely ask Lu Yingying for the location of the nest. Since he had companions, he would let them worry about it. Moreover, he was immersed in the mystery of the Zhu Yan. How could he care so much about it? The fan state in the tree realm was not very big because the fairy race did not have many people, and they occupied such a large tree realm. It was useless. Therefore, among all the tree realms, the fairy tree realm was relatively small. This saved the 2 human cultivators a lot of trouble. They continued to move forward. 2 hours later, a huge nest appeared in their field of vision. The 2 of them knew that they were going to see the truth. It was time. Although some of the insectoids they had encountered before were quite strong, there weren't many of them, and they weren't concentrated enough. It posed no threat to cultivators at their level, but it was definitely different in the insect nest. Normally, it would gather inside. The strongest insectoids in the hive were the insectoid guards, guarding the core of the hive. Yu Yaorao was about to open her mouth to discuss with Lu Yi. It was a coordinated plan, but Lu Yi suddenly flew forward and headed straight for that place. He crashed into the hive. She sighed in her heart. That was why she was most unwilling to cooperate with this kind of reckless soldier. He had no foresight or planning at all. It's all about instinct. Even if she was a genius of the 9 profound world, stronger than the average 9th order divine sea realm cultivator, she still couldn't face such a force. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest when dealing with an insect nest of this scale. This was probably why the reincarnation tree had arranged for the 2 of them to come to the fairy tree realm. None of them had the ability to solve this problem on their own. Only by cooperating with each other could they succeed. With a loud bang, the saber light advanced, and the insect nest standing on the ground, along with the nearby insectoids, exploded one after another. Yu Yaorao looked up and saw that Lu Yi had disappeared. There was only a pitch-black tunnel leading to the original location of the insect nest. It was a tunnel deep underground. This guy. Yu Yaorao was speechless. She didn't feel much during the negotiations with the fairies before, but since the operation began, she had been passive all this time. She was not used to being led by the nose. Among the divine sea realm cultivators of the Nine Profound World, she had always been the one who kept her word. This was the first time she had been led by someone else. This was the first time. But at this moment she had no choice but to follow. Solving the problem of the fairy tree realm was a task shared by the two of them. She couldn't let the armament cultivator take the risk alone. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow him, rushing into the underground tunnel. As a Dharma cultivator, she had always been cautious. Before entering, she also activated a defensive spirit artifact to protect herself. She followed the aura of the Dharma cultivator all the way forward. Along the way there were corpses of the insectoid. She didn't know how many he had killed. However, she was not afraid of losing the direction because there were constant shouts of green in front of her. She didn't know whether it was fear or excitement. Fun. Yu Yaorao felt that the former was more likely. She went all the way forward and finally caught up with the Dharma cultivator's pace. The space in the tunnel was not spacious. With the Dharma cultivator in front of her, she seemed to have nothing to do. She could seize the time to recover her spiritual power. There was bound to be a tough battle next. Although she was dragged into this situation by the Dharma cultivator, to be honest, in this kind of situation, in this environment, she could only go straight to the root of the problem. There was not much room for planning and operation. Fundamentally speaking, the test this time wasn't too complicated. The tunnel was very long and extended in all directions. However, under the investigation of divine sense, Lu Yi did not get lost. He killed all the way to the core of the insect nest. It was no different from the insect nests he had entered before. It was a huge underground space. All kinds of powerful auras were lurking here. They were the guards of the insect nest. Suddenly, they were surrounded by meat walls. 17. Like a grain of salt sprinkled into a pot of oil, when he and Yu Yaorao killed their way into this place, the hibernating insect clan guards woke up. They all woke up, hissed ferociously, and pounced toward the two of them. Yu Yaorao's heart trembled because she found that the number of insect clan guards here was more than she had expected. This was undoubtedly a bad start. In such a situation, the two of them should cooperate to kill the enemy. The two of them, one far and one close, was the best lineup. The Dharma cultivator was responsible for blocking in front of her. She activated her technique and moved around. Killing the enemy occasionally, it would be convenient for her to kill after taking control of the situation. However, the Dharma cultivator obviously did not have the intention to cooperate with others. After sensing the vast number of insect clan guards, it was as if he had beaten a chicken. Like blood, he brazenly rushed over. In the pitch-black core space of the insect nest, a dazzling and bright saber light suddenly flashed. The sound of breaking air. The screams of the insect clan and the screams of the green were intertwined. Yu Yaorao sighed. She knew that she could not count on the Dharma cultivator. In the end, she could only rely on herself. She did not have to count on her companions, but cooperating with each other was the best response. As the most outstanding of this generation of the Nine Mysteries world, the fact that the perverted divine sea realm could be brought to the reincarnation tree by the elders was the best proof. Compared to the brainless bravery of the Dharma cultivator, her response was much more conventional. First, she activated her power to protect herself. Then, her body moved, avoiding the attacks of the insect clan, and began to look for targets to kill. Lu Yi only felt satisfied. What bone carapace, what big and small insects, under the enhancement of the fairy Zhu Yan's Pan Shan saber. In front of him, they were all vulnerable. For the Dharma cultivator, there were only two kinds of enemies in this world. One was that he could cut off. The other was that he could not cut off. If he activated the sharp tack spirit pattern himself, It might take him some effort to kill these insect clan guards with amazing defense. With the enhancement of the green Zhuyan, he could basically solve the problem in 2 or 3 slashes. One must know that the insect clan guards gathered here. They were all the elites of the elites. Zhu Yan's enhancement of a cultivator's strength was not, it was just a casual remark. Lu Ye's cultivation was still only at the 8th order, but the lethality of the Pan Shan saber had more than just increased. It had greatly increased his combat effectiveness. In addition to killing the enemies, he even had the spare energy to pay attention to the situation on Yu Yaorao's side. In terms of the relationship between the two, they were allies, although there was no substantial cooperation, since they could fight against each other here. It was a kind of cooperation in itself, so it was not good to ignore her. If she encountered any danger, he would naturally have to lend a hand to save her. On the other hand, he also wanted to know the true strength of this female cultivator from the 9 profound world. When Yang Qing brought him here, although he did not tell him much after asking for a while, he also understood a lot of things. At the reincarnation tree, there must be a gathering of the monstrous cultivators of the various realms. To be brought here by their respective elders, they must be the most outstanding divine sea realm cultivators of each realm. This was a good opportunity to understand the strength of the various realms in the starry sky. Therefore, he wanted to know if the cultivators of the other realms were stronger or weaker than those of the 9 provinces. Then, he found that Yu Yaorao was very strong. Compared to the cultivators of the 9 provinces, what she showed now washer strength was not inferior to Yu Ji's state before she was promoted to the constellation realm. This was very outrageous. Yu Ji had settled in the divine sea realm for hundreds of years to have such a deep foundation, but Yu Yaorao was obviously only in her early 20s. Just in terms of age, the difference was unknown. He had to admit that these large realms could not be underestimated. Although their cultivators were in the upper realms, compared to the 9 provinces, the time to settle in a certain realm would not be too long. However, because of the guidance of stronger cultivators, in terms of cultivation and fighting, he would be able to avoid many detours, and he would also be able to have a deeper foundation. The strength of a cultivator was not only the growth of their realm, but also their own inheritance and the teachings of the sect. If it was only the realm, then what was the meaning of cultivation? In the future, the cultivators of the 9 provinces would not be worse than those of the other realms, but for now, they were still inferior. Of course, for Yu Yaorao to be brought to the reincarnation tree by her elders, it meant that she was the top divine sea realm cultivator of the 9 profound world. Comparing the general situation of the 9 provinces with the top of the 9 profound world, it seemed a bit unfair. Moreover, Yu Yaorao was currently in the state of being blessed by the fairies Zhu Yan, so her combat strength was higher than hers. Her normal state was higher. But if the possibility of her not using her full strength was excluded, then her strength should be about the same as Yu Ji's. They were almost on par. So in the end, the 9 provinces was not bad. What the 9 provinces lacked now was only the top combat strength, the kind of person who could guard the 9 provinces. The strong person who could not let the 9 provinces be disturbed by external forces. Yang Qing could not be counted. He would leave the 9 provinces sooner or later, and Lu Yi could faintly feel that this time would not be too long. Chapter 12:22. Ever since the cultivators from 2 different domains broke into the core of the insectoid nest, the insectoids had never stopped hissing. As Lu Yi brandished his long saber, an insectoid guard was killed almost every few breaths. In Yu Yaorao's view, his actions were in line with the world's definition of a weapon cultivator, which was to not care about anything in a battle and just be reckless. But in fact, Lu Ye's fighting style was not so much reckless as it was extremely aggressive. This was a habit he had developed since he was weak. When facing an enemy, especially in the case of similar cultivation, the first thing to do was to suppress the opponent with momentum. If it was difficult to suppress the opponent with momentum, how could one kill? What's more, although his actions seemed reckless, in fact, he would never let himself be in danger. There were many guards in the core of this insectoid nest, which was probably related to the experience of the past generations. It should be known that he and Yu Yaorao were not the only ones who had come to the fairy tree world. Every 100 years, the avatar of the reincarnation tree would enter a cycle of reincarnation. Geniuses from various realms would gather here. Many times, geniuses from different realms would be sent to different tree realms by the reincarnation tree to participate in such tests. Almost every time, the fairy tree world would not fail, because the insectoids had never stopped plotting against the fairy race. In other words, even if Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao helped the fairies solve the problem of the tree world, it would not be long before a new batch of insectoids came back and built a new insectoid nest here to continue their invasion of the fairy tree world. The fairies had long been accustomed to such a life. For them, as long as they hid well in their own territory, the insectoids without much intelligence would never be able to find them, let alone capture them. As for what would happen to the other places in the fairy tree world, they did not care at all. After all, the insectoid nests here had been destroyed countless times in history. In order to deal with the destruction once 100 years, the new insectoid nest would naturally hatch more insectoid guards. In theory, even if two monsters from different domains joined forces, it would still take a lot of effort to solve the insectoid nest here. This was also the standard of a test. However, the reincarnation tree had clearly seriously underestimated Lu Ye's strength. Even if it was a starry sky treasure that had existed for countless years and had seen all kinds of monstrous characters, it was still not a human in the end. It lacked a clear understanding of the limits and eruptions of the human race. With such an insect nest, not to mention Yu Yaorao's cooperation, even if Lu Yi came by himself, he would be able to flatten it. When killing enemies, he would never allow himself to be surrounded by insectoid guards. Even though he had the ability to do things on his own, he would not end well if he was surrounded by insectoid guards. His strategy was to quickly kill a guard with 2 or 3 slashes, and then quickly move to another location. If he did not have the fairy's blessing, he would not have been able to cut the Gordian not so quickly just by relying on the sharpness spiritual tattoo. If he wanted to kill such an insectoid guard, he would have to target its weak points or slash a few more times. In such an intense battle, even if an enemy slashed one more time, it would change the situation. The green Zhu Yan gave him the ability to quickly finish off the enemy. He could not help but wonder if Huang Tongtong and Lu Yingying were really unlucky to be chosen, or did Golden Sparkly do it on purpose. One Zhu Yan leaned towards the physical body, while the other leaned towards the weapon. It was obviously tailor-made for him and Yu Yaorao. However, it had to be said that although the fairy was timid, she was still very conscientious. Lu Yingying's screams never stopped, but she was always able to add a new Zhu Yan to Lu Ye's mountain pan dao at the most appropriate time. The number of insectoid guards slowly decreased, and the situation began to become clear. Yu Yaorao sighed with emotion. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied that the weapon cultivator did not cooperate with her, but overall, the result was not bad. Moreover, the weapon cultivator accounted for the majority of the kills. This was something that could not be helped. She was a magic cultivator, so it was not so straightforward to kill the enemy, especially when the cultivation level of both sides was about the same. At this point in the battle, there was basically no suspense. The remaining insectoid guards were less than 30% of the initial number. With the strength of the two of them, it would not take long to kill them all. This was the advantage of cooperating with a weapon cultivator. They could often simplify complicated things. Although they were a bit reckless when doing things, they were relatively efficient. That being said, if Yu Yaorao had the chance to choose, she would still not be willing to cooperate with Lu Yi. There were too many uncontrollable aspects. Although the matter of a magic cultivator was more troublesome, It was better to be safe. Since the two of them broke into the core of the insectoid nest, it had been less than an hour. When the last insectoid guard was killed, the intense fluctuations of spiritual power suddenly calmed down. At the same time, Lu Yingying's screams also calmed down. The little fairy had been grabbing Lu Ye's hair and collar. At this moment, she looked as if she was drunk. She was dizzy, swaying, and almost fell off Lu Ye's shoulder. Her 2 eyes were watery, and there were clear tear stains at the corners of her eyes. She was holding her mouth. This battle that had lasted less than an hour was definitely the most exciting thing she had experienced in her life. She was afraid that she would have nightmares for dozens of years. Yu Yaorao flew down from midair. She was different from Lu Yi, who was bursting with qi and blood and holding her blade. She had a calm expression on her face. The battle just now didn't affect her too much, except for the consumption of her spiritual power. Huang Tongtong, who was with her, also did not suffer any torture. Her expression was normal. She looked at Lu Yingying, who seemed to be scared out of her wits, and gave her a sympathetic look. She was only glad that she was assigned to the female cultivator's side. If she was assigned to the male cultivator's side, then the one who would be unlucky would be her. At the center of the insectoid nest, there was a huge meatball. As usual, it stored a huge amount of vitality, and even condensed vitality nuclei. This was also the source of energy for the insectoids to hatch new members. As long as this meatball was destroyed, and the place was burned clean, the insectoid nest could be considered to be uprooted. Lu Yi looked up at Yu Yaorao, and Yu Yaorao nodded slightly. Lu Yi raised his blade and chopped down. As if cutting a water bag, the meatball wall broke, but the vitality that should have flowed out did not leave any trace. Instead, it collapsed toward the center, and there was no trace of vitality nuclei. This made Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao somewhat puzzled. Both of them had dealt with the insectoids before, and they had also gone deep into many insectoid nests. What they saw in front of them seemed to be somewhat different from what they had experienced before. In the blink of an eye, a rotating vortex appeared in front of them, and a strange aura vaguely came from the opposite side. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. A door. Yu Yaorao, however, reacted. It should be the door to the insectoid tree world. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, and roughly understood what was going on. The reincarnation tree had many tree worlds. Every race that came to seek refuge with it would be arranged into a tree world. Logically speaking, the fairy tree world only had the fairy race. However, the reason why the insectoids of the insectoid tree world could invade was because they had used some method to open up two tree worlds. This was the reason why the insectoid disaster in the fairy tree world continued. As long as this passage to the insectoid tree world still existed, the problem could not be solved fundamentally. This time, they could be considered to have uprooted the insectoid nest, but after they left, there would be other insectoids coming from the opposite side to build a new insectoid nest. Lu Yi did not understand how to open up a passage between the tree worlds, but he was puzzled about one thing. Insectoids without intelligence can also do this to this extent? Yu Yaorao said, low-level insectoids naturally don't have this ability, but the insectoid race's characteristic is to plunder and invade. Among the insectoids, there are also existences with extremely high intelligence, just like the difference between demon beasts and demon beasts. Ordinary demon beasts do not have high intelligence, but once they open up and become demon beasts, they are no different from humans. Lu Yi could not help but think of the insectoid queen in the 9 regions insectoid race's big secret realm. That guy definitely had intelligence, but when the cultivators of the 9 regions besieged it, it never showed it. Only when it was about to die did it shout out some inexplicable words. Now it seemed that the insectoids he came into contact with were indeed some low-level existences, which had nothing to do with the level of strength, because their intelligence was not high. However, among the insectoids there were some that had opened up their intelligence, and that was the real insectoid race. The passage in front of him must be related to the real insectoid race. If they wanted to plunder the fairies, they naturally had to find a way to open up the passage between the two tree worlds. It could even be said that the insectoid race's plundering of rare species was not only limited to the fairy tree world, perhaps there were more tree worlds that had been invaded. Looking at the revolving portal passage, Lu Ye's expression was inexplicable. Yu Yaorao was slightly surprised. "Junior brother Lu, you can't be thinking of..." Lu Yi looked up at her and did not hide his thoughts. "Senior sister Yu, what do you think?" Yu Yaorao said, "Our test is only the fairy tree world, and we have already completed more than half of it. All that's left is to clean up the scattered insectoids in the fairy tree world, and the test will be considered complete." She did not say much, but her meaning was already clear. Lu Yi nodded slightly. That makes sense. There was a high probability that the other side was the insectoid tree world, and there were bound to be more insectoids inside. Rashly rushing in like this was obviously not a wise move, and it was very likely that they would fall into a sea of insectoids. This was also where Yu Yaorao's concern lay. A test was a test, and under the premise that it was within her ability, she was willing to accept such a test, but if she wanted to take the risk, she would have to think about it carefully. When the two of them were talking, the two fairies did not express much. Lu Yingying had yet to come back to her senses, while Huang Tongtong was indifferent, as if she had long been accustomed to the monsters who came to help making such a choice. What was certain was that Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao were not the only ones who had faced this choice. There must have been many other monstrous geniuses from various domains who had stood here and faced the same choice. However, since the fairy tree world had been constantly being invaded by the insect race, it went without saying what their choice was. End of this chapter. Chapter 12:23. Let's go. Yu Yaorao called out. The insectoid nest in the fairy tree realm had been destroyed, so all that was left was to clean up. As long as they killed all the insectoids scattered in the fairy tree realm, the two of them would pass this test. Overall, it was quite smooth. This was to be expected. The reincarnation tree realm's tests for the monsters of the various realms were never too difficult. Basically, they were all within the scope of what the monsters could solve. Thus, as long as they did not act recklessly, the monsters would be able to pass their own test. Of course, there were also those who were unlucky and met with accidents, but such people were in the minority. Strictly speaking, this test was actually a kind of help. When the cultivators of the various fairy tree realms encountered Pai Zhuanbai, they would send requests to the reincarnation tree, and the reincarnation tree would arrange for the monsters to enter. The reincarnation tree would naturally not force them. Yu Yaorao had already turned around and walked out, and Lu Yi followed. However, after a while, she suddenly turned around and asked in shock, "Junior apprentice brother Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Ye's voice sounded, "I'll have to trouble senior apprentice sister to clean up. I'll go to the other side to broaden my horizons." After saying this, he stepped into the vortex and his figure quickly disappeared. Whoosh! Yu Yaorao gritted her teeth. Madman. She had never thought that this weapon cultivator would be this crazy, daring to wantonly enter the insectoid tree realm. Even though she had seen his recklessness before, she had never thought that he would make such a choice. The weapon cultivator had already disappeared, so there were only two paths in front of her. One was to follow the weapon cultivator and cooperate with him to kill the insectoid. The other was to ignore his life and death and continue to clean up. Yu Yaorao was very confident in her own strength, but not to the extent of being arrogant. This was the cautiousness of a spell cultivator, and it had nothing to do with her personality. Her master was unstoppable in the power realm because he knew himself and the enemy, but in the insectoid tree realm, no one knew what was going on. What was certain was that the insectoid tree realm had never been attacked before. After so many years of accumulation and development, the insectoids there were definitely not something this side could compare to. Furthermore, if they could not win here, they could still escape back to the fairy tree realm. In the insectoid tree realm, if they lost a battle, they would definitely die. Yu Yaorao did not believe that the weapon cultivator would not have thought of this. Even so, he still wanted to broaden his horizons. How dare he? She instinctively wanted to follow the pace of the weapon cultivator, but her own caution told her that this was not a wise choice. Just as she had said to Lu Yi before, their test was only in the fairy tree realm. The insectoid tree realm was not something they needed to interfere with. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he sighed and turned to leave. She and Bing Xiu had only met by chance, and had become temporary allies under the arrangement of the reincarnation tree. They could help each other in the fairy tree realm, and if it was within her power, she did not mind lending a hand, but if Bing Xiu wanted to take risks, there was nothing she could do. Their relationship wasn't that good yet. On Yu Yaorao's shoulder, Huang Tongtong turned her head and looked at the place where Lu Yi had disappeared with an indescribable expression. Over the years, many guests had come to the fairy tree realm. Although they came from different races, they were all powerful. Almost every one of them could fight for a period of peace for the fairy tree realm, but in the end, they could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. As long as the passage between the insectoid tree realm and the fairy tree realm was still there, the insectoids would make a comeback in less than 10 or 20 years. No one had ever dared to step into the passage of the insectoid tree realm like that human, and kill his way to the insectoid tree realm on the other side. Because this was not a test for the guests who came here. That human weapon cultivator was the first one back. Huang Tongtong did not know what he would do in the end, but she knew that Lu Yingying would definitely be frightened. 3 At this time, Lu Yi had already arrived at the insectoid tree realm. The transmission of the tree realm passage was only a matter of a moment. When Lu Yi stepped into the vortex, it was as if he had broken through a layer of membrane. Lu Yingying was not frightened, she was just a little dumbfounded. She turned her head and stared at Lu Yi in a daze, stuttering, You have been talking for a long time, and you still can't say a complete sentence. Shut up, bless Zhu Yan. Lu Yi raised his saber and shouted in a low voice. In the end, he could not sit back and do nothing. If he really did not have the ability, then so be it. The fairy tree realm had been like this for so many years, there was no need for him to take the risk. But if he had the ability to do so, he would feel uncomfortable if he did not do anything when he saw it. Mouth especially when the target was the insectoids. Lu Yi had not come into contact with many races in the universe so far. After all, the world was limited, and his horizons were limited. However, the race he hated the most was undoubtedly the insectoid. This point, even if he came into contact with more races in the future, it would not change. Therefore, even though he knew that Yu Yaorao was right, he still turned around and killed his way in. As for whether he had the ability to solve the problem here, he would only know after he killed them. The location he appeared in was the core space of the insectoid nest. This was expected. Lu Yi suspected that the passage between the two tree realms could be opened because of the powerful vitality energy in the core of the insectoid nest. As for how it worked and how it started, he did not know. This was the insectoid's plan. They had obviously used some unknown means. In his perception, the core space of this insectoid nest was more than 10 times larger than the one in the fairy tree realm. In other words, the scale of the insectoid nest here must be extremely large. This was understandable. After all, it was the insectoid tree realm, the headquarters of the insectoid. At the Nutai house, the horses were riding on cloud power. Immediately, a rustling noise was heard, from all directions. Who knows how many big bugs were coming? Countless insectoids began to rush toward Lu Yi. If Lu Yi was just a pure human weapon cultivator, he would never take such a risk. His personal strength was indeed strong, but there was a limit to human strength. Especially when he rashly broke into someone else's nest, it was easy to be besieged. At that time, no matter how strong he would not have a good ending. He dared to break in, naturally, He had something to rely on. When a few drops of blood essence exploded, there was the sound of rushing water. With him as the center, a blood-red color suddenly spread out in all directions. The blood-red color was boundless and fierce. The insectoids at the front immediately lost their footing and were sent tumbling. The blood-red light spread out and filled the entire core space in just a few breaths. Lu Yingying looked at this scene in shock. For a moment, she could not tell whether Lu Yi was a human or a vampire. Although the fairy race did not look at Feiqing, they had a long lifespan and a long heritage, so they were all experienced and knowledgeable. Lu Yingying could naturally tell at a glance that Lu Yi was using the blood race's blood river technique. But, did the blood river technique have such a vast volume? In her understanding, the so-called blood river technique was Jing Yu's orchid Dao could be seen, but how was this a river of blood in her eyes? It was simply a sea of blood. This was still limited by the space of the insectoid nest. If there were no restrictions, who knew how large it would be? However, it was said that there were also humans who cultivated blood arts. When they activated the power of blood arts, it looked like there were not many examples of blood arts, but Lu Yingying had only heard of it. She had never seen it before. This time, she had learned something new. The blood river technique was Lu Ye's biggest reliance to break into this place. Breaking into other people's territory, one would not have any advantage in terms of terrain, but the blood river technique could create one's own terrain. With the cover of the blood river, it would be difficult for him to be besieged. What he had to do next was simple. He had to kill all the insectoid guards trapped in the blood river and completely destroy this insectoid nest. There was no need to spread out his divine sense. In the blood river, every drop of blood was Lu Ye's feelers. He could clearly feel the movement of the insectoids in it. In the fairy tree world's insectoid nest, he did not use the blood river technique because there was no need. Moreover, with Yu Yaorao by his side, it would be easy for people to misunderstand. But here, it was different. He was alone, so he could be unscrupulous. Kakaka. Lu Yingying was still shocked by the volume of the blood river technique that Lu Yi used. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in her ears. She quickly turned her head and saw that the human cultivator was holding a piece of top-grade spirit stone in his hand and was chewing on it. The key point was that there was only half of the top-grade spirit stone left. Lu Yingying was dumbfounded again. She felt that what she saw today was as unreal as a dream. Could a human eat spirit stones? What kind of divine fetus was this? For Lu Yi, blood crystals and monster cores could be eaten. So, why couldn't he eat spirit stones? He stuffed the remaining half of the spirit stone into his mouth and quickly replenished the spiritual energy he had consumed before. Then, he shook his long saber. Let's go. Lu Yingying woke up from a dream and hurriedly blessed Lu Yi. His figure flitted across the blood river, and in the blink of an eye, he pounced in front of a large insectoid. The large insectoid was struggling. Because of Lu Ye's control, the surrounding blood river had an extremely strong binding force. It was not to the extent that it could not move, but it was still somewhat inconvenient. The surface water of Fan Yuyong had greatly restricted its perception, so when Lu Ye's saber slashed down, it only after Lu Ye's attack did it realize it. It wanted to dodge or block, but it was already too late. The mountain saber ruthlessly chopped down on its back. Its hard bone carapace was simply unable to withstand the sharpness of the saber, and a 1-foot-deep wound was directly cut open. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. That was because the power of the saber was somewhat unexpected. The mountain saber seemed to have become even sharper. By the second slash, the large insectoid had already split into two. Its body was split in two, and blood flowed out. Lu Ye's figure did not stop, and he directly pounced on the next insectoid. It was still 2 slashes. A moment later, Lu Yi discovered the source of the problem. The blessing that Lu Yingying had given him seemed to have become even stronger. Pin the insectoid nest in the fairy tree world. He had often needed 3 slashes to kill the insectoid guard. But here, he could finish them off with 2 slashes. There was no need for a third. Chapter 12:24. Zhong Yingying's mental state was obviously a little different. When she was in the fairy tree realm, this little fairy was in an extremely uneasy mood, especially when Lu Yi was rushing back and forth to kill the enemy. She was shouting non-stop. But at this moment she did not shout at all. She was still terrified, but she kept her mouth shut. Her pair of watery eyes were filled with determination and excitement. Since ancient times, so many guests had come and gone in the fairy tree realm, but none of them had made the same choice as this human soldier cultivator. No matter what his original intention was when he made this choice, no matter what the outcome would be, he was still working for the fairies. With such a premise, how could Lu Yingying not be grateful? How could she not do her best to assist? "What's wrong with you? Were you slacking off before?" Lu Ye's voice sounded. The little fairy was a little wronged. "No, it's just that the power of our fairy race is related to willpower. If the willpower is strong, the words are strong. If the willpower is weak, the words are weak." Lu Yi understood. Because the fairies themselves did not care much about the insectoids in the fairy tree realm. They had always known that there was no one there. Fa gave her strength to support Zhu Yan, which was equivalent to completing the task given to her by her race. But now it was different. When he stepped into the passage to the fairy tree realm and came to the insectoid fairy tree realm, Lu Yingying had a firm will to support him. In this way, her Zhu Yan's power would also become stronger. "Can it be stronger?" Lu Yi asked. Lu Yingying's face flushed red, as if she was holding back her strength. "I'll try." Lu Yi laughed. "Don't force yourself too much. If Zhu Yan was strong enough to let him kill a insectoid guard with 1 slash, then this battle would be twice as easy. But now, killing one with 2 slashes was already very good. Wherever his figure passed, powerful auras followed one after another. What a loss! It had to be said that when the Aju Shu spread out, it was the best way to teach people how to love righteousness and not half-love. When spread out in Zhonghai, it made it very difficult for Jingyu to gather into a group, and it was also very difficult to find his trace in this chaotic tiff. It wasn't for the fact that he had something to rely on, Lu Yi would not have broken in alone. As expected, Yu Yaorao did not follow him in. If she wanted to come, she would have shown up long ago. Lu Yi would not interfere. After all, they were strangers who met by chance. Tai Yi didn't have too many friends, but he wouldn't force others to come here. This doesn't make sense. Aphids dashed through the insect path. In the starry sky there were all kinds of races, but there were also other races with huge bodies below the human race. The insect race was one of them. This was due to the insect race's powerful incubation ability and unique slow system. In the cosmos, the insect race occupied many realms. Mouth the Bug tribe naturally had the right to participate in the Battle of the Divine Ocean that occurred once every 100 years. Yen Yen was one of them. This time, he had followed the elders of his race here. Firstly, he wanted to participate in the upcoming battle for the Divine Ocean. Secondly, he wanted to retrieve some things from the insectoid tree realm. A place like the tree world could only be entered by warriors of the spirit sea realm at most, so his seniors couldn't enter this place. The insectoids had been plotting in the tree world for tens of thousands of years, and during that time, they had made some decent gains. However, in the past few hundred years, they had not made any gains, until this time. All of the loot was stored in the core space of the hive, so he needed to retrieve it. The mission was simple. He just needed to bring the loot back. However, just as he was about to leave the insect path, behind him, he could faintly feel a violent fluctuation of spiritual power. He turned his head back to look, his expression bewildered. After sensing for a while, he finally confirmed that it was from the core of the hive. It seemed like someone had barged in. Who was it? Yen Yen didn't know, but the insect race's tree world was connected to at least a dozen other tree worlds. Therefore, if there was really a powerful being, it must have come from one of the dozen or so tree worlds. It was most likely a human, because in the cosmos, humans loved to meddle in other people's business the most. 1 approximately. The human prodigy who came to the tree world had solved the problem of the tree world and entered this place through the tree world's tunnel. How audacious of him! The insect race's tree world had stood here for tens of thousands of years. It was not that no prodigies had barged in, but those prodigies basically didn't have a good ending. After tens of thousands of years of development and accumulation, the strength of the insect race's tree world was not something the insects of the other tree worlds could compare to. This place had always been prepared to deal with intruders, especially during this period. After thinking for a while, Yen changed his direction and followed the insect path all the way down. He wanted to see who was so daring as to come to the insect race's tiger's whiskers. Stone, since he could follow his elders to the reincarnation tree, he was naturally a prodigy in this realm. Such people were usually very confident and didn't think they were inferior to anyone. The further he went, the more shocked he was. This was because he sensed that the insect race guards' auras were disappearing too quickly. It was almost to the point of one per breath. If he didn't know that the tree world didn't allow traces of constellation realm powerhouses, Yen would probably think that it was a constellation realm powerhouse who did this. In his shock, he hurriedly retracted his aura and hid his track. As a member of the insect race, even if he knew that there was a very powerful powerhouse up ahead, he couldn't just sit by and watch. The insect race had invested a lot in the tree world on the reincarnation tree's side and had planned for a very long time. If the hive here was destroyed, the losses would be immeasurable. Of course, they could send another race to occupy another tree world, and he believed that the reincarnation tree wouldn't refuse. However, they could forget about opening a passage to another tree world. If that was the case, occupying a tree world would be meaningless. The insect path was long. When Yen arrived at the entrance of the core space, he was greatly shocked when he took a closer look. Unlike what he had imagined, the one who came here to meddle in other people's business wasn't a human. It was actually a vampire. He didn't see any vampires. What he saw was a dense blood-red color. The entire hive's core was enveloped in a sea of blood. How could this be? As the two most notorious raiding races in the universe, the insect race and the vampire race were natural allies. Any race in the universe could oppose the insect race except the vampire race. That was because everyone knew that a single tree couldn't hold up the sky. Only by working together could they gain a firm foothold in the vast universe. Therefore, Yen was very puzzled. Why would a vampire come here and start a massacre? Could it be that he wanted a share of the loot? Thinking of this, Yen could not help but feel a little annoyed. He swore that he had heard from his elders that the vampires were extremely greedy. He had heard that the insectoids had made arrangements at the reincarnation tree and had always been trying to interfere. However, allies were allies and interests were interests. The insectoids had paid a huge price to make arrangements at the reincarnation tree, so how could they easily let other races benefit from it? Therefore, he had always rejected the blood breed's requests directly. Was he trying to destroy it because he couldn't get it? Or were they using this opportunity to put pressure on the insectoids? Just as the aphid was thinking, the blood in front of him suddenly turned red. It wriggled and expanded, quickly wrapping around him. Oh no! Yen knew that he had been exposed, although he did not understand why he was exposed. He had been very careful when he came here, and the other party was making a ruckus here. Logically speaking, they should not have discovered him. Boys, however, the changes in the blood sea before his eyes undoubtedly meant that he had been exposed. The other party wanted to drag him into the sea of blood. Never compete with the vampires in the blood sea. This was the consensus of all the star races, so when they saw the blood sea expanding, the aphid immediately retreated. However, the Blood Sea was expanding too quickly, and without any warning, even if Yanji raised his speed to the limit, he could not avoid the Blood Sea's wrapping. He couldn't dodge. Immediately after, Yanji felt a surge of wealth. The aura of the invasion pillar had locked onto him, as if a knife had suddenly hung above his head. He could choose to continue retreating, hoping to escape from the Blood Sea. However, this possibility was not high. No matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than the Blood Sea. Once he was wrapped up, it would be difficult for him to escape. Therefore, after realizing that something was wrong, he made a prompt decision. Instead of retreating, he rushed toward the core space of the hive. Going back meant that he had to face this expert alone. Looking at the size of the other party's Blood Sea and the power of his aura, Yanji felt that he was most likely not a match for him. Therefore, he needed help. The guards of the hive's core were his natural helpers. Therefore, even if he did not want to leave, he could only escape into the Blood Sea. As soon as he entered the Blood Sea, he immediately felt the stickiness of his surroundings, causing his speed to decrease greatly. However, since he dared to barge in, he naturally had something to rely on. He did not know what kind of method he had used. His speed, which should have been reduced, suddenly increased again, and he quickly swam in the Blood Sea. Lu Yi was not far behind him, chasing closely. At the same time, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Although in his previous conversation with Yu Yaorao, he had already realized that his previous view of the insect race was too one-sided, and the insect race he had come into contact with, other than the insect queen in the insect race's great secret realm, the rest were all low-level insect race. However, he did not expect that he would be able to see a true high-level insect race so quickly. The guy who had barged in was completely different from the insect race he knew. At first glance, the other party was almost no different from a human. He had all the characteristics of a human, but in some details, he was not quite the same as a human. First, this guy's head was pointy, as if he was wearing a pointy hat. Secondly, this guy's eyes were a pair of hexagonal compound eyes. They were very large and bulged outwards, as if his eyeballs were about to burst. It looked extremely comical. Under this pair of compound eyes, there was a pair of even smaller eyes, growing on the left and right sides of his cheek. After that, his hands did not have 5 fingers, only 3. Of course, the most obvious abnormality was the pair of gray fleshy wings on his back, which looked like a bat's wings. Even though Lu Yi had seen all kinds of insect race before, it was difficult for him to connect this person's appearance to any insect race. He was more like a combination of several insect race characteristics placed on a human body. Chapter 12:25. The Blood River art was the culmination of the Blood race's secret art. It combined both offense and defense, and its power was closely related to its size. It did not mean that the bigger the Blood River, the better. On the contrary, the bigger the Blood River, the harder it would be to control it, and the weaker its power would be. Lu Yi had no other choice this time. If he wanted to move unhindered in the hive, he could only fill it with the Blood Sea. To him, the Blood Sea was only a means to assist him in killing the enemy, and it was not the factor that determined victory or defeat. Even so, the Blood Sea's power could not be underestimated. This could be seen from the reactions of the insect race guards that were killed. Even though they were not weak, they were still restrained by the Blood Sea's power. The insect race expert who had suddenly barged in did not seem to be affected at all. Through the Blood Sea's feedback, Lu Yi could clearly sense a mysterious power lingering around the insect race expert. It was this power that prevented the Blood Sea from restraining him in any way. The insect race expert could move freely in the Blood Sea like a fish in water. These monstrous geniuses from various domains were indeed not to be underestimated. This move alone could not be done by the Divine Sea Realm experts of the 9 provinces. Of course, this might be a unique ability of the insect race. Just as Lu Yi was observing the insect race genius while chasing after him, the insect race expert suddenly opened his mouth and whistled. An extremely penetrating sound instantly spread in all directions. The next moment, the insect race guards floating in the blood sea, who were dizzy and unable to distinguish north from south, seemed to have received some kind of order and rushed in his direction. Lu Ye's figure suddenly sped up. It would be reasonable to say that no one was weaker than him in a battle of the same realm. The starry sky was vast, and there were many capable people. Who would dare to say that they had enemies in the same realm? There were always mountains and no mountains, and there were no people below them. However, it would be too much to say that he had fought someone stronger than him. However, things were not quite right because the insect race expert had died. Later on, when he sensed the speed at which the insect race guards were killed, he knew that the insect race expert was extremely powerful. It was only when they really fought that he realized that he had overestimated his opponent. The two figures instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Clanging sounds rang out one after another, and a calm fiery light emerged from the sea of blood. What made me even more fearful was that while he was fighting with me, he was also killing the insectoid guards that had gathered because of my whistle. The fact that I could roam freely in the blood sea didn't mean that I could take on so few enemies all by myself. I relied on taking them down one by one. These insectoid bodyguards might not be strong, but they weren't lacking in intelligence. Before they were trapped in the blood sea, they could only act on their instincts. There was no way for them to form a large-scale force. Even if a few of them were to gather together, Lu Yi would take care of them first. Yenya gritted his teeth and used all his strength to protect himself. Then, pain shot through his body, followed by the pain of his soul being torn apart. I couldn't help but scream. Aphid didn't notice the instant Lu Yi sped up. It was only because I felt a chill on my back, causing my entire body to tense up. I hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, please hurry." Lu Yi found that the insectoid's body was weak. It was even weaker than the bone carapace of the insectoid bodyguards. Without the support of the green Zhuyan, the bone carapace of these insectoid bodyguards was only slightly softer to me, but it was still a matter of 2 slashes. However, the insectoid's body was much weaker than the bone carapace. In that case, the world boundary where the insectoid race was located was the same as the insect race's tree world. I didn't understand this at all. If I had known this earlier, why would I have turned back to watch? I would have caused a disaster for no reason. What shocked me the most was that in the close combat, I noticed that the other party's cultivation was only at the 4th order divine sea realm. I continued to remain silent. While Lu Yi was thinking over there, Yenya's heart was in turmoil. Pang Jian had never heard of an insect emperor world, but he guessed that it was a weak world boundary occupied by the insect race. Fast my ass. If my foundation was weak, I would have been defeated in just a few breaths. A dozen or so slashes later, my entire body was cut in half. During that time, Pang Jian even killed a few insectoid bodyguards that surrounded me. How was that possible? But the low-level insectoid that suddenly retreated didn't have the ability to gather high-level insectoids, so I couldn't tolerate it. Lu Yi glanced at the body that was cut in half by me and found that it was just an empty shell. I didn't have the habit of talking nonsense with the enemy. Since they were taking advantage of my weakness to take my life, why would I waste time to give them time to recover? Lu Yi ignored my words and arrived in front of me in just 8 breaths. His mountain-coiling saber swept up a saber light and slashed at me. "Fellow Taoist, please be quick. You are Yenya from the Insect Emperor world. Do you know which blood world you come from?" Yenya hurriedly spoke. I was afraid that if I spoke too late I would have another chance. His cultivation was higher than mine by a minor realm. The might of the soul-severing saber was still as sharp as ever. Anyone who was caught off guard and was hit by this saber would have a terrible performance. With the sea of blood surrounding us and the peaceful battle, I didn't have the spare energy to investigate my opponent's situation. I also knew that the one I was fighting with wasn't some vampire, but a human. Naturally, it was Han Hu. Sitting on the shoulder of that human was a great Fey that could cast Zhu Yen. Lu Ye's heart moved. Then, he mistook you for a blood race? His saber danced, accompanied by Yen Ye's screams. Slashes fell one after another. One must know that even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to kill the insectoid bodyguards so efficiently. Although the insectoid bodyguard outside was only a high-level insectoid, his strength was obvious. He wouldn't kill anyone just because he wanted to. That guy, he actually used a golden cicada shedding its carapace. What kind of strange ability was that? But since he was an insectoid, it was strange that he didn't have any strange abilities. What the hell? Lu Yi was a little clear-headed. I knew that the other party didn't have any gains, but that insectoid clearly misunderstood something. This was a classic example of using money to buy a life. Blocking and dodging were the only things that mattered. To be able to scheme like this in the tree world, it must be a top-tier realm. How could a spirit sea realm monster from a top-tier realm be weak? Lu Yi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the insectoid guy was also a weapon cultivator, and his strength was quite weak. The power behind the other's blade was extremely violent. As the blade chopped down, I felt as if I was not blocking a blade, but rather a small mountain pressing down on me. The speed of the blade was also very fast, almost transforming into a shadow of a blade. Moreover, the angle of the blade was also extremely tricky. After just a few breaths of time, Yenya was already sweating profusely. In that blood sea, all kinds of schemes and tricks were put to use. One could only put on a high profile. For existences like us, in that kind of battle, announcing the realm we came from was a kind of bravado. But in the blood sea, where could I run? In the fierce battle, Yenya was under less and less pressure. In just 10 breaths of time, my movements were a beat faster. I could only watch as a sharp saber light slashed at me. Lu Ye's silence was suspicious, making Yenya's heart feel at ease. But before he felt the faint murderous intent coming from Lu Ye's side, he still gritted his teeth and said, "You know what fellow Taoist wants. You're also deceiving fellow Taoist. That time, you didn't have a total of 8 portions of harvest. For Lu Yi, in a battle, he only needed to hit once. The rest was complicated because the impact of the soul-severing saber would cause the enemy to fall into intense pain in an instant. The Insect Emperor realm was famous in that part of the universe. As long as one was slightly ignorant, they should have heard of it, especially the blood race." Yenya's mouth was full of bitterness. He really didn't expect that he would fall into such a life-or-death crisis just to carry out a mission to pick up the goods. I was born in the Insect Emperor realm, the most outstanding divine sea realm insect of my generation. But I was suppressed by an opponent 1 level higher. People would be suspicious if I told them. If I continued to fight like that, Lu Yi would kill all the insects outside sooner or later. Moreover, I would have to pay any price. I suddenly understood. Once I used the Blood River art, anyone would misunderstand. Just as I was about to raise my saber again, Yenya said, "The blood race and your insect race are the strongest allies in the universe. Fellow, I'm afraid you didn't misunderstand what you did outside. I know where they came from, and I know what they're doing outside. But since they're already here, it's only a matter of life and death." That saber strike had only left a deep or shallow wound on the opponent's chest. It wasn't too serious, but it had also injured the opponent's foundation. Even the 2 pestles in my hands were the best spirit treasures. In the universe, even Constellation Realm cultivators would covet them. Yenya secretly cursed the blood race for being greedy, but he could only say sadly, "At least give fellow Taoist 2 portions. You have to bring 1 back to report. Also, fellow Taoist doesn't need to worry that you will tell the elders in your realm. If this matter is exposed, the first one to suffer will be you. I can't be sure that guy is a monster from a realm controlled by the insect race, just like Yu Yaorao's status in the 4 mysterious realms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in that place. When did the blood race stop playing with swords? Do those guys only doubt my blood arts and sharp claws? Although I avoided a disaster, that insect guy's aura was clearly much healthier. If it was any other battle situation, I would have run far away and definitely wouldn't be standing there. Yenya shouted angrily and turned around to block. 2 pestles appeared in my hands out of nowhere. They weren't even half a zhang long. I didn't know what material they were made of, but they looked weak and heavy. The real enemy hadn't escaped to the side yet. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. Almost every 2 slashes killed one. This slow method of cutting the Gordian knot made one's scalp tingle. Chapter 12:26. After that, Yenya added, "If fellow Taoist is still not satisfied, then we can only fight to the death. I may not be fellow Taoist's opponent, but I can still destroy those things before I die. How to choose, fellow Taoist can decide." He would not beg others to spare his life. Since the other party appeared here, many things were obvious. Blindly begging for mercy would only make others worse, especially the blood race, who were known for their greed. Appropriately lowering one's posture and sticking to the bottom line was the correct way for people like them to get along. Lu Ye's thoughts turned. The situation now was very clear. The other party had mistaken him for a blood race, and then mistakenly thought that he had come here to fight for something. He had 3 portions of the harvest here, and was willing to give up 2 portions at most to let him go. As for what the harvest was, Lu Yi did not know, but he could roughly guess. But then again, were the blood race and the insect race allies? This was a strange thing, but on second thought, these 2 races were not good things. They loved to invade and plunder other people's domains. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If Yenya did not mention the 3 portions of the harvest, he would have definitely raised his sword and attacked. But since he had guessed, it was not good to let the other party destroy jade and common stone. He said indifferently, "Okay." Yenya finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this blood race did not care, then he could only fight to the death while destroying the 3 portions of the harvest. There was no chance of winning, and there was a high chance that he would die here, but he could not let others take advantage of him. Words are no guarantee. Fellow Taoist, please make a great bloodline oath. Yen Ji did not relax his vigilance just because Lu Yi had agreed to his proposal. Throughout history, there had been countless people who had been ambushed and killed because of a slight relaxation of vigilance. The advanced insectoids were cunning, but weren't the vampires the same? Another great bloodline oath. Lu Yi had heard this from Little Nine. It was said that the only thing that could bind Yang Qing was a great bloodline oath. Because the dragon race valued their bloodline very much, once an oath was made, it could not be violated. The blood race also had a bloodline system. When Lu Yi refined the sacred blood, he had obtained many blood race secret techniques, but he really did not know about the great bloodline oath. How was this thing supposed to be made? If the process was wrong or the oath was wrong, the other party would definitely be suspicious. He could only pretend to be dignified. "You don't believe me?" Yenji said in a low voice. "If Dao friend does not swear, then we will fight to the death." As he said this, he reached for his waist and 3 bags appeared in his hand. He was in the Blood Sea, and due to the interference of the Blood Sea, he couldn't see Lu Yi clearly. But Lu Yi could use the Blood Sea's senses to see what was going on at his side. He then realized that the 3 bags he took out were actually 3 spirit beast bags. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. These 3 spirit beast pouches contained the 3 portions of the Zerg's harvest this time. Just as Lu Yi was considering whether or not he should make a random oath to see if he could fool the other party, Lu Yingying's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Fairies were indeed unreliable and timid. However, due to their long lifespan and some special reasons, they were also one of the most knowledgeable races. Lu Yi didn't understand the blood race's great blood oath, but Lu Yingying did. His expression didn't change as he slowly said, Li Taibai of the Blood Realm swears in the name of the Supreme Blood Ancestor. If Tao friend Yen Ji of the Insect Emperor World is willing to give me 2 portions of the harvest, then I will let him go and will not disturb him. 1 underscore as his voice sounded, the blood sea that filled the entire core of the Zerg's nest surged violently, and many large and small undercurrents appeared out of thin air. It was as if the Great Blood Oath had placed some restrictions on him, but in fact, Lu Yi had only slightly activated the blood sea's power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to convince others. This was also Lu Yingying's suggestion. It had to be said that if Lu Yingying wasn't by his side this time, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this level of realism. As Lu Ye's voice fell, he clearly felt that Yen Ji on the opposite side relaxed a lot. Although there was still reluctance on his face, he was no longer as vigilant as before. He raised his hand and threw out 2 of the 3 spirit beast pouches in his hand. Lu Yi controlled the undercurrents of the blood sea and guided them in front of him. He carefully examined them and made sure that the other party didn't do anything to them before he put them away. An unexpected harvest. He came through the Tree Realm's passage this time just to solve the Zerg's nest here. He didn't expect to meet a powerhouse of the Zerg clan, and he didn't expect things to develop to this point. The other party still had a spirit beast pouch. He had to make it complete no matter what. 2 Inchly Taibai of the Blood Realm. Yen Ji whispered softly, "I'll remember you. But please don't worry, Dao friend. Today's matter is between you and me, and no third person will know." As he said before, if the matter here was leaked, the first unlucky one would be him. The higher-ups of the Insect Emperor world would definitely hold him accountable. By then, even if he was talented, his future would be bleak. After saying that, Yen Ji turned around and rushed toward the Zerg's path. His divine sense had been locked onto Lu Ye's position. Although there was the blood race's great blood oath as a restraint, he didn't think that this blood race would have the courage to violate the oath. But he still had to be cautious. This was also a necessary state of mind for cultivators of all major races to travel the starry sky. The other party didn't have any intention of stopping or moving. He just silently waited for him to leave, which made Yen Ji very satisfied. He was getting closer and closer to the Zerg's path. Through the edge of the blood sea, he could vaguely see the vague outline of the Zerg's path. With another step, he was already out of the blood sea. Only then did Yen Ji's whole body completely relax. It was also at this time that in the blood sea, 2 void spiritual tattoos formed at the same time. One appeared under Lu Ye's feet, and the other appeared at the edge of the blood sea behind Yen Ji. The 2 void spiritual tattoos collapsed the moment they formed, but Lu Yi, who was originally standing in the depths of the blood sea, appeared behind Yen Ji like a ghost. In the past, Yang Qing had shown his elusive means in front of Lu Yi and the cultivators of 9 regions more than once. He could suddenly appear and disappear, and no one in 9 regions could see his movement trajectory, which made people exclaim in amazement and sigh with emotion. Compared with Yang Qing's method, Lu Ye's current method was indeed very different, but the effect was the same. This was also the reason why he had always wanted the void spiritual tattoos to appear on his talent tree. It was because he used the void spiritual tattoos as the foundation to construct a very special attack method. This method required him to construct 2 void spiritual tattoos at the same time in an instant, and with the help of the void spiritual tattoos, he could perform a short-distance transmission. The derivation of the void spiritual tattoos had long been completed. Now, it was branded on the newly burned leaves of the talent tree. Perhaps it was not perfect and needed to be improved, but right now it was already the limit of what Lu Yi could deduce. It would not be too late to deduce and modify it in the future when his cultivation level gradually increased and his attainments in the Tao of Spirit tattoos improved. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't have to worry about the possibility of failure at all. And every drop of blood in the blood sea could be used as a carrier and medium to construct the void spiritual tattoos. Yenya walked out of the blood sea, thinking that he was safe after escaping the cage. Little did he know that the moment he relaxed his mind was the moment Lu Ye's killing move exploded. Under normal circumstances, even if he did not use such a sudden sneak attack, Lu Ye had the ability to kill Yenya here. The previous battle had already proved this point, but in order to prevent the other party from destroying the last spirit beast pouch, he could only do this. Yenya did not expect that there would be a blood clan member in this world who dared to ignore the bloodline oath he had just made. This was something that was impossible to happen, so he relaxed his vigilance because he subconsciously felt that he was safe. By the time he realized that something was wrong and wanted to resist, it was already too late. At the entrance of the insect path, at the edge of the blood sea, a large sun suddenly rose and bloomed like a lotus, but the petals of the lotus were sharp blade lights. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Since Lu Ye wanted to take down the other party in the shortest time possible, why would he hold back? Therefore, he used his strongest killing move right from the start. A severed arm flew out, holding onto a spirit beast pouch. Lu Ye raised his hand and picked it up, looking forward calmly. The blade lights slowly dissipated, and Yenya, who was missing an arm, stood where he was. His protruding compound eyes were about to explode. This was because the one standing in front of him was not a blood clan member, but a human. How was this possible? Yenya clearly wanted to say something, but he could no longer speak. A gentle breeze blew by outside the tunnel. His entire body collapsed, turning into pieces of broken corpses. Blood flowed everywhere. One Lu Ye bent down and picked up the two pestles in his hand. After a quick inspection, he found that the material was extremely good and of high quality. This was definitely not a material that could be produced in an ordinary region. There was a high chance that it was obtained from a galaxy or the insect emperor world. He was very satisfied. He had the material to reforge the Pan Mountain Saber. To Lu Ye, the Pan Mountain Saber was not something that could be easily given up. However, as his cultivation continued to increase, the Pan Mountain Saber would have to be upgraded. Once or twice was fine, but after a few more times, accidents were inevitable. Fortunately, he had obtained the Soul Cutter from the War Merit Pavilion. It could be perfectly integrated into the Pan Mountain Saber, and under his control, it could form many restrictions to improve the quality of the Pan Mountain Saber. Thus, after obtaining the Soul Severing Blade, it became very simple to reforge the Pan Mountain Blade. All he had to do was continuously improve the quality of the Pan Mountain Blade and make it more compatible with his current cultivation. As for the restrictions on the blade, he could completely replace them with the Soul Severing Blade. This perfectly avoided the possibility of the Pan Mountain Saber breaking or being destroyed in the process of upgrading. Other than that, there was also a ring on Yenya's hand. It looked very ordinary, and Lu Ye did not know what it was for. He picked it up and inspected it. He found that it was full of restrictions, and it felt very familiar. It was like an extremely complicated restriction lock. 2. Chapter 12:27. This is for storage? Lu Ye asked as he held the ring. Lu Yingying said, this is a various object ring. Only cultivators above the constellation realm can refine it. Good. Strange, this human is so strong, but why does he look like he hasn't seen the world before? He doesn't even know what a storage ring is. How could Lu Ye know what a storage ring was? The constellation realm had only appeared recently in the 9 states, so no one could refine it. Everyone used things like storage bags. He was curious why Yenya didn't have a storage bag, but it turned out that he had something more advanced. The restriction locks on storage bags were not complicated. Because of the quality of the storage bag, it was not difficult for locksmiths to break the restriction locks on storage bags. Lu Ye had worked as a locksmith for a period of time to familiarize himself with the construction and deciphering of spirit tattoos. However, it wasn't easy for him to get started with the restriction lock in the storage ring because it was too complicated. The slightest mistake would destroy it. I can do it, Lu Yingying said in a low voice. What? Lu Yi didn't understand. I can help you break the restriction lock in here. Fairies are born with such means. 1. Lu Yi tossed the storage ring to Lu Yingying, then turned and charged back into the blood sea. Because of Yenya, he hadn't killed all the insectoid guards here. Continuing with his previous method, he killed the insectoid guards one by one. It took him another hour to kill all the insectoid guards. The blood sea closed, and the core space of the insectoid nest was filled with corpses. The elite forces that the insectoids had accumulated over the past 10,000 years were all slaughtered. However, this was not the end. As long as the insectoid nest was still here, the insectoids could make a comeback. Therefore, if he wanted to get rid of them, not only would he have to destroy the insectoid nest here, he would also have to kill all the insectoids in the entire insectoid tree world. Lu Yi felt a headache coming on. When he barged in, he didn't think so much. He only thought about it. He wanted to kill some insectoids, but everything had to be finished. It was fun to kill, but it had to be done beautifully. Lu Yi considered his next course of action and gradually came up with some ideas. Lu Yingying had already broken the restriction lock on the storage ring. Lu Yi took it and checked it with great interest. In the end, he found that there was nothing good inside, only some basic materials for survival, cultivation, and healing. It had the same effect as his storage pouch, albeit through different means. On second thought, Lu Yi understood that there must be a storage space opened up with the void spirit grain as the core on Yan Ji's body. Just like him, the real good things were placed in there, and now they must have been lost with the death of Yan Ji. He was a little disappointed, but it didn't matter. He hadn't really counted on this anyway. The storage ring itself was not a very valuable item, and this thing looked ordinary, but Lu Yi was a Lu Yi. He didn't dare to casually take it out and use it. He couldn't guarantee that the experts who were related to the aphid would notice something. When that time came, it would cause some trouble for no reason. While recovering his spirit power, Lu Yi took out the 3 spirit beast bags. These were the 3 gains of the insectoids this time. As for what was inside, Lu Yi had some guesses, and it shouldn't be far off. The spirit beast bags also had restriction locks, but they weren't too complicated. He could easily break them. When the first spirit beast pouch was opened, a snow-white, flawless beast with a single horn on its head suddenly darted out of it. Its entire body was glowing with fluorescent light. It was a magnificent beast. As soon as the snow-white beast appeared, it grew in the wind and suddenly turned into the size of a water buffalo. Pure white light gathered and lingered on its single horn, but it emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Lu Yi only looked at it quietly. Lu Yingying flapped its wings and greeted it, shouting, "Wait a minute, wait a minute!" When the snow-white beast saw a demon, it was obviously stunned for a moment, because it was a little different from what it had imagined. It thought that when it appeared again, it would be surrounded by insectoids, ready to fight to the death. The pure white light on its single horn slowly converged, and Lu Yingying went forward and whispered something to it. The snow-white beast looked at Lu Yi from time to time. In the blink of an eye, its eyes slowly became gentle and filled with gratitude. It stepped forward and nodded respectfully to Lu Yi twice, probably to express its gratitude. Lu Yi waved his hand in response. He didn't know what race this unicorn belonged to, but the insectoids had been plotting here for many years. It was nothing more than some rare races living in the tree world. This unicorn should have been captured in its own tree world and sent here. The aphid came here this time to take away the harvest of the insectoids' tree world for nearly 100 years. In the end, it happened to meet Lu Yi and ended up dead. Lu Yi opened the second spirit beast bag. With his previous experience, he was a little vigilant this time. But what he didn't expect was that after waiting for a long time, nothing came out of it. Could it have been suffocated to death? Lu Yi carefully reached out to grab it and quickly took out something from the spirit beast bag. It was a tree. When Lu Yi took it out, He clearly saw that on the trunk of the tree, one of its eyes quietly narrowed, carefully looking around. Lu Yingying came up to it again, and began to tell it about the current situation. Lu Yi recognized that this tree was from the wood spirit race, which was the race that the Fey race had transformed into before. Gradually, the wood spirit relaxed its vigilance and also grew hands and feet. It said in human language, "Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist. Mu Kuei of the wood spirit race is extremely grateful." Lu Yi still waved his hand. Saving the other party was just an unintentional gain, so there was no need to care too much. He opened the third spirit beast bag. At that time, the two spirit beast bags that the aphid had given him contained the snow-white beast and the wood spirit, but he was holding the third one in his hand. From the looks of it, the third spirit beast bag should contain the most important one, otherwise, the aphid would not have made such a choice. Lu Yi was very curious about which race this was to be valued so much by the aphid. The spirit beast bag opened, and there was no movement for a long time. However, Lu Yi could feel that there was something small inside. After waiting for a moment, a small head poked out of the spirit beast bag and looked around timidly. Lu Yingying was extremely surprised. "Red Dandan?" The small head turned and saw Lu Yingying flying to the side. It immediately exclaimed, "Lu Yingying!" Hong Dandan was excited. It rushed out of the spirit beast bag and rushed to Lu Yingying's side. The two little fairies immediately hugged each other, crying and laughing. The third spirit beast pouch actually contained an evil spirit. Lu Yi was very surprised. If the fairy race had lost a clansman, why did Golden Flash not mention it? One had to know that the fairy race had a total of hundreds of clansmen. It was very obvious that any one of them had gone missing. It was fine that Golden Flash did not mention it. It probably did not expect that he would kill his way to the insect race's tree world, and did not expect him to save the kidnapped clansman. However, it was very strange that Lu Yingying did not mention it. She came here with him, so she should have known about it. However, when she saw Hong Dandan just now, she was obviously very surprised. The reunion of the two little fairies was very lively. After a while, the excitement calmed down. Lu Yingying asked, "Hong Dandan, why are you here?" Hong Dandan felt wronged. "You really forgot about me." Lu Yingying looked embarrassed. "We thought you were recruited by the tree god." "Yes." Hong Dandan cried loudly. "I did not. I was taken away by the insect race. They locked me up for a very long time." Lu Yi was speechless. There were a total of hundreds of clansmen. One of them had gone missing and the entire race did not notice. It was clear that the fairy race was very unreliable. Lu Yingying's voice sounded. "Don't cry. I want to cry too." Lu Yi had been very curious about the insect race before. How did they open up the passages to different tree worlds? Logically speaking, low-level insects without much intelligence should not be able to do so. Now, it seemed that the insects themselves did not have this ability, but they had a treasure with this ability. The high-level insect race of the Insect Emperor world had a group of insects bring this treasure to the tree world. With the treasure's power, they slowly opened up the passages to the other tree worlds and then started to invade and plunder. Whether it was the snow-white beast, Mu Kuei, or Hong Dandan, they were all victims. It was not just the three of them. The insect race had been plotting here for tens of thousands of years. There must be more victims. Since it was the insect race's plot, what was there to be polite about? Lu Yi immediately took out the treasure. Without this thing, the insect race would never be able to invade the other tree worlds in the future. This was really solving the problem at the root. It was more effective than eliminating the hive here. When the snow-white beast and Mu Kuei saw this, it was unknown whether they were sad or not, but they also cried together. The scene was very lively for a moment. Lu Yi felt a headache coming. He quickly walked to the core of the hive and slashed down. If he wanted to destroy the hive, he had to destroy the core of the hive. Only then would the hive lose the ability to hatch new members. In the fairy tree world, He and Yu Yaorao destroyed the hive. When they were at the core, a passage to the insect race's tree world appeared. He thought that the situation here would be similar, but when Lu Yi broke open the core of the hive, he found something inside. It was a snow-white thing that looked like a lotus root. It was placed in the center of the core, and it was filled with a strange power. Lu Yi was curious and carefully examined it. Soon, he saw through the function of this thing. This thing was the root of the passage to the tree world. Of course, the hive still had to be eliminated. It could not be left to take root and sprout here. Playing with the lotus root-like treasure in his hand, Lu Yi clearly felt that this thing had some inexplicable connection with many tree world. He could use this thing to easily open up the passages to those tree world. Chapter 12:28. The Core of the Void Beast. Lu Yingying suddenly spoke. She had stopped crying. Hong Dandan, Mu Kuei, and the snow-white beast were all standing quietly at the side. Lu Yi turned to look at her. You know this thing? Lu Yingying nodded. There are beasts in the starry sky. One of them is called the Void Beast. It is born with a very strange spatial ability. It can travel through the void and go to any place in the starry sky. This is the core left behind after its death. The Zerg placed it here and used its power as the source to explore the nearby forest. Then, they opened the passage to those forest realms. Yes. Hong Dandan also said, but the number of void beasts is very small. There are even fewer of them than us fairies. And because they have spatial ability, they are very difficult to hunt. I don't know where the Zerg got this thing. Yes. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. The fairies were indeed knowledgeable. It would be better if they were more reliable. In that case, isn't this thing very valuable? Lu Yi realized a problem. Both fairies nodded. It's very valuable and rare. Yes. Lu Yi smiled. It's surnamed Lu. Although he did not know what to do with it, since it was valuable and rare, there was no reason to let it go. In any case, he had a good harvest this time. However, it could be seen that the Zerg Emperor world valued the forest realm. Otherwise, they would not have placed such a valuable thing in the nest here. The Zerg powerhouses behind the scenes probably did not know either. To think that there was actually someone in this world who could barge into this place alone and slaughter all the insectoid guards here without much effort. In fact, it was not that there were no monsters in history who broke into this place with righteous indignation, but those monsters who broke in here, without exception, all turned into nutrients for the nest. Playing with the core in his hand, Lu Yi suddenly turned to look at Mu Tong. The wood spirit tree realm has been invaded by the Zerg, right? Yes. Mu Tong's face immediately showed an angry expression. Yes, many of our clansmen died in battle because of this, and some were also captured. Yes. Then if I give you a chance to take revenge, are you willing to cherish it? Yes. He wanted to clear out the Zerg tree realm alone. Feng Qingli. Moreover, he still did not know how big the living clan's structure was. The fairy tree world was not large, but the insectoid tree world was definitely not as small as the fairy tree world. Even if it was only 2 or 3 times larger than the fairy tree world, it would still be very troublesome. Therefore, Lu Yi wondered if he could borrow some strength. Since the core of the void beast could open up a connection with some of the tree realms, wouldn't it be better to open up a channel and lead those races who were willing to take revenge over? This shouldn't be difficult. During his investigation just now, he clearly felt that he could use the void beast's heart core to open those passages. This was because the positions of those tree realms were imprinted in the heart core. Although Mu Kuei's expression was wooden, he was also a smart person. When Lu Yi said this, he immediately understood what he meant and quickly said, "We must fight to the death with the insectoids." All the races living in the tree realms had lost their homes. It was not easy for them to settle down in the tree realms, but in the end, they had to suffer the invasion of the insectoid. They had long been unable to tolerate it. Unfortunately, the situation of each race was not good. They could barely protect themselves, How could they have the strength to fight back? If someone could provide them with such an opportunity, no race would be willing to refuse. Lu Yi turned to look at the snow-white exotic beast. It kept nodding, the meaning was obvious. Very good. Lu Yi was excited. This way, the biggest problem was solved. The rest would depend on how he would use his method. However, although the core space of the insectoid nest was not small, it could not be used here. He waved his hand. Let's kill our way out first. Go! A group of several figures rushed towards the insectoid passage. Before leaving, Lu Yi activated his spiritual energy and set a fire in the core of the insectoid nest, burning the surrounding flesh wall clean. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some lone insectoids. However, under Lu Ye's mountain blade, there was not much resistance. Force. The two fairies sat on his shoulders, one on his left and one on his right, each urging Zhu Yan. One buffed the mountain blade, while the other buffed the body. Lu Yi felt that even if there was a constellation realm in front of him, he would be able to slash it. Soon, they rushed out of the insectoid passage and arrived in the wilderness. As far as the eye could see, there was desolation everywhere. Places where low-level insectoids wreaked havoc were basically signs of the end of the world. Only places where high-level insectoids lived would have the aura of civilization. Although he had a rough idea of how to clear out the insectoid tree realms, he still had to implement it. Lu Yi could not be sure if he would encounter any problems along the way. However, if he really could not implement it, he could only rely on his own strength and slowly do it. At most, it would take a lot of time. Holding the lotus-like core of the void beast, Lu Yi carefully sensed it. There were more than 10 imprints in the core, which should be the imprints of the tree realms. These imprints were the result of the insectoid's efforts over the past 10,000 years. It did not mean that there were only 10 or so tree realms on the reincarnation tree. There were countless tree realms on the reincarnation tree, and many races of the universe were settled in them. However, even if the insectoids had planned for so many years, it was impossible for them to open up the passageways to all the tree realms. More than 10 was already a lot. In theory, as long as he connected these imprints, he could use the power of the core itself to connect the passageways to the tree realms. The troublesome thing was that Lu Yi did not know which tree realm these imprints were connected to. In the end, he still had to try. First, he had to gather the wood spirits and the snow-white exotic beasts. Randomly choosing an imprint, Lu Yi channeled his power into it. The void in front of the lotus-like core immediately distorted, like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, rippling. Qizhushin. In the blink of an eye, 2 spinning vortexes were formed. From the vortexes, there was a breath coming in, faintly showing some scenes of the tree realms. So simple? Lu Yi was a little stunned. However, Lu Yi quickly stopped channeling his spiritual power. This was because he could see that the tree world he had opened up this time was actually the path to the demonic enlightenment tree raising contract. It was not difficult for him to get the demonic plating rules to participate in this matter. Things did not have to be thought about. Practice did not rely on beauty. Their beauty did not rely on luck. Also, it was not suitable for the demonic plating rules to continue to work together. There were some who scattered. He tried a second time and recorded that he had succeeded the first time. The second time, he was familiar with it. His luck was very good. This time, he made the contract. Surprisingly, it was the path to the wood spirit tree. Not long after, Elder Chuang and the others came over. Lu Yi took the lead. Mu Kuei plunged into the vortex. He disappeared. When Mu Kuei connected to Shi, Lu Shi found a problem. Since Mei Wan whipped him, things were a little numb. He had read about this before, but thinking about it carefully, things like teleportation consumed energy. Jill wanted to shout at them, "Don't come over!" But at this point, shouting was useless. They could not hear him before coming over from the opposite side. He could only quickly take out a large number of spirit pills and swallow them. The 2 demons looked on, dumbfounded. They did not know what was wrong with Lu Yi, for him to crazily take medicine. The wood spirits came from their own tree realm. They all rushed to Lu Shi. Shi too expressed his utmost respect to the inner secret realm. They said that there was someone who wanted to take revenge and help them open the passage, allowing them to take revenge. Opportunity. They thought that such a human powerhouse would be dignified and extraordinary. But when they came here, they found that he was taking medicine like a lunatic. Lu Shihua felt that his spiritual power consumption was not something that could be replenished by taking spirit pills. Until a certain moment, when his spiritual power was only left with 20%, he steeled his heart and prepared to break the passage to the tree realm. He had tried his best. But even if he consumed a lot of energy, the wood spirits from the opposite tree realm were only in the state. Whether it was through the Tianji pillar teleportation or the formation teleportation, it was the same. There was no reason not to need it here. If it was just to maintain the existence of the passage, it would not consume much of Lu Ye's spiritual power, because he was relying more on the power of the Void Beast core. But if there were living beings passing through the passage, the consumption would be huge. 1 or 2 was fine, but if there were more, he would definitely not be able to hold on. This was awkward. This level of spiritual power consumption could not be replenished by spirit pills and spirit stones. He had to think of a way. Just as Lu Yi was considering whether or not to use the Void Beast's core to set up a spirit array, a portion of his spirit chi was suddenly extracted. In the vortex passage, Mu Kuei's figure returned and said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. He felt another portion of his spiritual power being sucked away. Another wood spirit walked out of the vortex passage. The wood spirits were very efficient and fast. As they walked out of the vortex one after another, Lu Yi felt his spiritual energy reserves drop by less than 100 times at a frightening rate. "Let's fight one-on-one," he comforted himself. Strangely, even without his whirlpool, the dimensional wood spirits' bodies still didn't make sense at all. They walked out of luck. It was equivalent to going through a teleportation. It would consume energy. His spiritual power was like this. But now, he clearly did not have any more solid power. Where did it come from? Chapter 12:29. This was a very thought-provoking matter. Lu Yi silently observed for a moment and roughly had some guesses. The power consumed by the teleportation could not be generated for no reason. Since it was not supported by his spiritual power, then there must be a difference. The people in the industry were secretly offering help that could not be seen or touched. This was the tree world. Who else could provide such help? It must be the reincarnation tree without a doubt. When he got the situation in the tree world, Striking Yi still felt that the reincarnation tree was too rigid. The tree world was for those who had lost their homes to provide a place to live. It should be peaceful and quiet, but the Zerg brought war. Here, Lu Yi did not know what the situation was like in the other invading tree world. He had never been there, but he could only look at the fairy tree world. If the fairies did not have special abilities, there was no way to establish a foothold in the tree world if they could completely hide within a radius of hundreds of miles. They would have long been plundered by the Zerg. However, J. Demon Burns said that this was the foundation of the reincarnation tree. It did not reject any race that came to rely on it, nor did it interfere in the disputes between these races. All it could do was provide a tree world for each race. It was an absolutely neutral existence. But now it seemed that no matter how neutral it was, it had its own likes and dislikes. The reincarnation tree probably could not stand what the Zerg had done. It was just that due to some rules it could not personally expel them. However, at certain critical moments it did not mind providing some indirect help. Just like now. Lu Yi thought so. As for whether it was true or not, he would know after trying. He once again urged his spiritual power to pour into the heart core in his hand, connecting it to another imprint, and quickly opened a passage to another tree world. He also looked a little faster. Open 0. If someone wants to go and persuade the other race to move with us, who would be willing to go? I'll go. Under Lu Yingying's surprised annotation, Hong Dandan bravely stood up, flapped her little wings, and drilled into the passage. When she drilled into the passage, Lu Yi decisively stopped the transmission of his spiritual power, but the passage was still maintained, and Hong Dandan's figure disappeared. That's right, there was indeed an invisible force supporting the transmission between the passages, and it could only be the reincarnation tree. Things had become much simpler now. Lu Yi no longer hesitated, urging the power of his core to open all the passages leading to the smoke tree world. This time, he didn't need to say anything. Green and Snowbai Ipu's father found a passage and went in. Mu Kuei also led some of his clansmen into other passages. The passageway. Lu Yi waited while recovering his spirit energy. In just a moment, from the dozen or so passages, strange figures stepped out one after another. Lu Yingying had returned after completing her task and was now sitting on Lu Ye's shoulder, introducing these races to him in a low voice. They were all races that Lu Yi had never heard of. There was also the Water Spirit Clan, which was also one of the 5 Elements Spirit Clan. They all looked hazy, and their bodies were full of water vapor, which made people unable to see their faces clearly. There were elves with sharp ears, handsome males, and beautiful females. All of them had noble temperament. There were also those who looked no different from humans but had a pair of snow-white wings on their back. There was also the Stone Clan that seemed to have turned into spirit. There were also members of the Yen Clan whose eyes were like blazing flames. There were all kinds of strange races in the starry sky, which was an eye-opener for Lu Yi. The dozen or so tree worlds had brought more than a dozen races. There was no trace of humans. According to Yu Yaorao, there were also humans living in the tree world on the reincarnation tree. However, the insectoids were after these rare races in the first place, so they were naturally not interested in humans. Even if they accidentally opened up a passage to the human tree world, they would probably think of a way to annihilate them. After all, it was meaningless for the insectoids to spend time and effort to capture a few humans. There were many races and clans rushing over from their respective tree realms, and some of them were small in number. There were only a few of them. There were only a few hundred people, and some had thousands. This was obviously not all the strength of each tree world, because those who could come here through the tree world passage were all individuals with considerable strength from their respective tree world. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to play much of a role even if they came here. Lu Yi was a human, and among so many rare races, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. However, every race that came through the tree world passage would come to express their gratitude to him, because they were all suffering from the insect race's invasion, but had no way to solve it. Until today, it was Lu Yi, a human, who provided them with such an opportunity. The dozen or so clans gathered an army of nearly 10,000, among which there were many divine sea realm and true lake realm cultivators. This force was enough to flatten this insect race tree world. There were not many rules, and no one listened to anyone's orders. When the elites of the various races had all passed through the tree world passage, they found their own directions and dispersed. In the following days, they would fight in all directions in this tree world, killing all the insect race they encountered. However, before they left, Lu Yi had an agreement with them. After dealing with the insect race in the tree world, he would return here and open the passage again, sending them back to their respective tree world. Although the reincarnation tree had secretly helped, it could not stand in front of the stage, so the matter of opening the tree world passage was still handled by Lu Yi. Only Lu Yi himself knew the mysteries of the whole matter. Even the 2 fairies who had been by his side all this time were unaware of it. They probably would not have thought that the reincarnation tree, which had always prided itself on fairness and justice, would one day have its butt crooked. There was no such thing as absolute fairness and justice in this world. Take Little Nine for example. Ever since he became familiar with Lu Yi, as long as Lu Ye's request was not too excessive, he would be able to satisfy it. The insect race tree world began to suffer. In 10,000 years, it had always been their tree world that was slowly being invaded. This was the first time it had been invaded, and it was not just one race, but an alliance of more than a dozen races. Large numbers of insect race were killed every day. If the hive was still there, the number of insect race could be replenished, but the hive had been destroyed by Lu Yi long ago. Every insect race member that died was one less insect race member. The teams of more than a dozen races spread out in more than a dozen directions like a dozen large nets crisscrossing back and forth in the pond that was the insect race tree world. Although the insect race tree world was not small, it could not withstand such torment. Not to mention, Lu Yi was not idle. He was also sweeping around, looking for insect race members to kill. In about 10 days, all of the insects were killed. The entire insectoid tree world was barren, and there were no traces of insects left. The alliance teams that had been fighting all over the place returned one after another. Through Lu Yi, they opened up the tree world passage that belonged to them and embarked on their return journey. Before the leaders of each race parted, they all expressed their most sincere gratitude to Lu Yi. Because they knew that after this plague, the 10,000 years of suffering had come to an end. In the future, they would no longer have to worry about the abominable insect race invading their home. Such kindness was naturally worth thanking. There were even more hospitable races that invited Lu Yi to their tree world as a guest, but Lu Yi rejected them all. This time, he had come to the reincarnation tree with Yang Qing because he had something important to do. He did not know what it was exactly, but what he was doing now was just an extension of the initial test. He had already spent a lot of time, so it was not good to delay any longer. Since they were thanking him, of course, it was not just empty words. Lu Yi received many local specialties from the various races, which was an unexpected gain. After busily sending off the last tribe, the tree world passage in front of him slowly disappeared. There were only 3 figures left in the entire insect race tree world, Lu Yi and the 2 fairies. The 2 fairies were chattering on the side, and it was unknown what they were talking about. They looked very happy, and there was no way they could not be happy. The 2 of them had done such a big thing with Lu Yi this time. When they returned to the fairy tree world, they would definitely be worshipped by their people. They could almost see the admiration in their people's eyes, which made them look forward to it. The other races, the group had left and only the 2 of them were left. Naturally, they had to return to the fairy tree world as well. Hong Dandan suddenly looked up. Lu Yi, what are you looking at? On the other side, Lu Yi was looking at them. His hands were clasped together, revealing a gap. He was sneakily looking at something, which made the fairies very curious. The fairies were full of curiosity. This was their nature. This was also the reason why their race was so few in number. Whenever they found something strange, they would always want to understand it, and then they would often walk on the road to death. Lu Yi quickly turned his back to them and shook his head. Nothing, nothing. If he did not say that, it might really be nothing. But when he said that, the 2 fairies' curiosity was ignited. They flapped their wings and flew over, wanting to see what was going on. Lu Yi, however, turned his back to them, still maintaining his posture of looking at something. The 2 fairies were unwilling to give up. They turned their direction, insisting on seeing what was going on. Lu Yi turned again, he pulled back and forth a few times. Hong Dandan said angrily, "Stingy, what's wrong with looking?" Lu Ying also chimed in, "That's right, Lu Yi is stingy." Lu Yi scolded them with a straight face. "Children, don't be so curious." Then the 2 little fairies flew forward together, one on the left and the other on the right, and rocked him back and forth. Look, just a little. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone." Lu Yi looked troubled. "Do you have to look?" The 2 fairies were on the same side. Lu Yi sighed. "It's troublesome. Look." As he said that, He put his clasped hands in front of the two fairies, revealing a gap. The two fairies nervously held their breaths, mimicking him just now, narrowing one eye to look at the shoe clearly. However, what awaited them was an open bag. Lu Yi kept the spiritual beast collar and closed the bag. His face was not red, his heart was not beating fast, and his expression was normal. Chapter 1230. The world was peaceful. The insects of the insect race's tree realm had been completely wiped out, and the 10,000 years of trouble in the tree realm had been resolved. Now, there was only one problem in front of him. How could he get out of here? The heart core of the void beast could open up passageways to other tree realms, but it could not send him to Yangqing's side. Moreover, he did not know where to find Yangqing. He could only trouble the reincarnation tree with this matter. He had appeared in the tree realm because of the reincarnation tree's secret trick. Now that the test could be considered to have been completed successfully, it was natural that the reincarnation tree should take him out. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Lu Yi said, "Let me out." He was a little nervous. Under normal circumstances, there was no problem with his request. The other prodigies of various races who had entered the tree realm should have all left like this. However, he still felt a little guilty. This was the tree realm. If the reincarnation tree wanted to, it could see everything. His little trick just now could not be hidden from the reincarnation tree's senses. However, it might not always pay attention to him, unless he called out like this. When he finished speaking, the void in front of him trembled slightly, and then a door appeared. Lu Yi knew that he was right. The reincarnation tree indeed would not always pay attention to him. It probably did not notice his actions just now. Otherwise, it would not have opened the door for him and let him leave. He stepped into it. When he reappeared, he was already on a huge platform. This platform was so vast that he could not see the end of it. The plain surface was completely paved with a kind of pure and flawless white jade. Moreover, it was not ordinary white jade. This was because Lu Yi could faintly feel some extremely mysterious power fluctuations from it. This white jade was spirit jade. Lu Yi could not help but be speechless. It should be known that the constellation tier cultivators of the 9 states had gone to the galaxy to search for 1 or 2 months. The most they had obtained was 100 spirit jade, and the size was not big. This was the result of the accumulation of spirit jade in the galaxy near the 9 states for countless years. If it was near the kind of large-scale realm where constellation tier cultivators were constantly born, the production of spirit jade would usually be very low. This was because once it appeared, it would be taken away by the constellation tier cultivators. However, there was actually such a huge platform here, and it was completely paved with spirit jade. How much spirit jade did it consume? Was the reincarnation tree so rich? This platform was undoubtedly standing in the void, because when Lu Yi looked up, what entered his eyes was a sky full of stars. There were also drifting meteorites slowly sliding through the nearby starry sky. This was a scene that could not be seen in the land of the 9 regions. Silhouettes of all shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere on the platform, shuttling back and forth. Many of them were similar in size to humans, but there were also some that weren't humans. Time was dazzling. Although there were many of them, there was not the slightest bit of noise on the entire platform. Instead, it seemed to be completely silent. Those who came here were at least at the spirit sea realm, and they all had the ability to communicate with their spiritual will. Under such circumstances, who would be so noisy? No matter what their original nature was, once they arrived here, they all had the self-awareness to cook their own meals. What took you so long? A familiar voice suddenly entered Lu Ye's ears. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yangqing at a glance. The reincarnation tree was very considerate. When it got him out of the insect tribe's tree world, it sent him directly to Yangqing. Is the test very difficult? Yangqing asked. Lu Yi shook his head and said, "It's not difficult, just a few twists and turns." If it wasn't for a sudden impulse to kill his way into the insect tribe's tree world, the test of the fairy tree world would have been completed long ago. That tree world was not big. After he and Yu Yaorao took care of the insect tribe's nest, it would be very easy for them to clean up the entire tree world. Yang Qing nodded. He didn't doubt whether Lu Yi could pass the test, but there were always accidents. In the past, there had been deaths in the reincarnation tree world's test. Senior, what exactly are we here to snatch? Lu Yi had mentioned something about the spirit sea realm, but he had mentioned something about the spirit sea realm. Judging from this, it should be a battle between the spirit sea realm cultivators. As for the specific rules, Lu Yi was confused. He couldn't ask Yu Yaorao. In the fairy tree world, the two of them were natural allies, but they might become enemies in the blink of an eye. It was unreliable and untrustworthy to expect someone to introduce him to some key things. He could only ask Yang Qing about this. Yang Qing didn't answer, but asked, "What's the key to advancing from Spirit Sea to Constellation?" Lu Yi thought for a while and said, "Let oneself obtain the power to connect with the starry sky?" That's right, it's precisely to let oneself obtain the power to connect with the starry sky. In this way, after cultivators advance to constellation, only then can they have the ability to traverse the starry sky with their physical body and explore the starry sky. Yang Qing nodded. Generally speaking, every large realm can nurture this kind of power and let the cultivators in the realm obtain it, just like what the Tianji compass did in the 9 regions. However, it did it consciously. For those large realms where the will of heaven and earth is not clear enough, doing this is a kind of instinct. It's the heaven and earth's response to the expectations of the cultivators in the realm. This was the first time Lu Yi heard this. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Yang Qing was indeed worthy of being a dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He was indeed experienced and knowledgeable. In addition to the large realms that can nurture this kind of power, there is also a place near the reincarnation tree that can nurture this kind of power. Moreover, compared to all the realms in the starry sky, the power it nurtures is stronger and purer, and it's more beneficial to cultivators in the future. It's just like the growth of mortals. A child who grows up eating chaff and pickled vegetables for his entire life can't be compared to a child who grows up eating fish and meat. Of course, the gap isn't that big, but the power nurtured by the reincarnation tree is indeed better for cultivators. Basically, cultivators who can obtain the power nurtured by the reincarnation tree will have future achievements no lower than those in the Moon Jade realm. This is also why so many people have come here. Lu Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't know what Yang Qing had brought him here to compete for, but now he knew. They were competing for the key power to advance to constellation. This thing was indeed worth fighting for, especially at his current cultivation. But soon, he realized a problem. Senior, I'm only in the 8th order Divine Sea realm. Even if I compete for it, I won't be able to advance to the constellation realm in a short time. No matter how fast his cultivation speed was, it would still take some time for him to reach the 9th order. It wasn't a matter of efficiency, but rather a matter of accumulation. Even if he advanced to the 9th order, he still needed to consolidate his foundation. Yang Qing glanced at him. You don't have to worry about this. The power is hidden deep in your flesh and blood, and will only be stimulated when you need it. Those 9th order Divine Sea realm cultivators won't immediately advance to the constellation realm after obtaining that kind of power. They will need to return to their own realms to advance. Then there's no problem. Lu Yi raised his eyes to look at the huge platform and said in amazement, "How many people are participating this time? How many spots will there be in the end?" This was a very crucial question that would determine how Lu Yi would exert his strength in the upcoming battle for the Divine Sea. There were at least tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on the platform. Not to mention the cultivators above the Divine Sea realm, there were at least 20 to 30,000 Divine Sea realm cultivators. Since it was a battle for the Divine Sea, Those above the Divine Sea realm would definitely not participate. The number of people could be cut in half, but even if it was only half, it would still be an extremely large number. Every large realm will have one spot to participate, and the top realms will have 2 or 3 spots. I don't know how many people will participate, but there should be at least 2 or 3,000. As for the final spot, Yang Qing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. 100. Not all the Divine Sea Realm cultivators who came here were here to participate in the battle for the Divine Sea Realm. Because there was a limit to the number of spots, most of them came here with their elders to broaden their horizons. The grand event at the reincarnation tree happened once every 100 years, so if they missed it this time, they would have to wait another 100 years. Lu Ye's expression turned solemn. Choosing 100 people out of 2 or 3,000 was not an ordinary competition. Moreover, such a method of participation and competition had a natural advantage for the top realms with extensive connections, because they could participate in more spots and have more connections, so it was easy for them to form a united force. It was not friendly to those domains that did not have much interaction with other domains. This was because in such an environment, even if they were, because they could participate in more places and had a wider network, it was easy for them to form a united force. It was unfriendly for the realms that did not interact much with other realms, because in such an environment, even if they wanted to find some temporary allies, they would not be able to. Lu Yi did not have the slightest advantage. The 9 provinces had just integrated into the starry sky, so they did not have any good allies. Moreover, the name 9 provinces could not be easily exposed. When the time came, if he called out Lu Yi from the 9 heavens, who would listen to him? Not to mention, he was only an 8th-order cultivator. Among all the cultivators participating in this grand event, it could be said that Scorpion Daddy was the only one. 3 The Divine Sea Realm cultivators who were qualified to participate in this grand event were all the top cultivators of their respective realms. Yu Yao Rao was so, Yanji, who was killed by him, was so, and so were the others. In such an environment, even Lu Yi felt a little pressure. But he soon realized a problem. Senior, with such a method of competition, doesn't it mean that we can hide from the beginning to the end? If we can find a safe place, or if we have some innate divine ability to hide, wouldn't that be very advantageous? Yang Qing sneered. Cultivators cultivate, compete with others, and compete with the heavens. If you don't even have the heart to compete, so what if you are ranked in the top 100? You are destined to have no great achievements in the future. Take you for example, if you were given such an innate divine ability, would you be willing to hide forever? Lu Yi thought about it carefully and shook his head. No. This grand event was definitely a good opportunity for the geniuses of the various large domains to come into contact with other domains. Every genius would want to know what their position was in this group, and whether there was anyone stronger than them. A person who could lead an era in a large domain would certainly not do such a tasteless thing. It would be a disgrace to the reputation of the domain they came from, and shame their elders. 1. Chapter 12:31. Of course, there are always exceptions. It's not like this hasn't happened in the past battles of the Divine Sea. Therefore, when the number of participants drops to a certain level, the reincarnation tree will give you some inspiration every once in a while. Yang Qing added. The reincarnation tree had always adhered to the principle of not participating in the battles of the major realms. It only provided an environment for the top Divine Sea Realm cultivators of those realms to fight and gave the winners some practical benefit. In the beginning, there was no such inspiration. However, the unexpected situation mentioned by Yang Qing had occurred several times in the battles of the Divine Sea. Some people were naturally good at hiding themselves, and as a result, they could take advantage of it. After all, only a very small number of people had this ability. However, most of the races were unconvinced and dissatisfied with their own strong cultivators. The cultivators fought to the death inside, but not only did they not get a single thing, on the other hand, they became the stars of others. Therefore, under the strong request of the experts of the major races, some changes could be made. Under his suggestion, the reincarnation tree could only change some of the rules. It still wouldn't directly interfere in the competition at this level, but it could give some inspiration at certain times. Inspiration? Lu Yi was suspicious. It will guide you to the positions of some people ranked at the top and the bottom in your mind. In this way, even if someone wants to hide, they can't hide. Lu Yi asked curiously, "There's a ranking?" "Yes." Yang Qing smiled. "Of course there is a ranking. The place where the Battle of the Divine Sea takes place is called the Alpha Origin Realm. Rumor has it that it was a barren land when the world was first created, and it was also the ancestral land where the reincarnation tree was born. The reincarnation tree used its own ability to integrate this ancestral land into itself. Every 100 years, it will produce a large amount of psionic energy to promote the Divine Sea realm to the constellation realm. It was a big piece of fat meat and there was only so much of it. Whoever ate more and who ate less would have to be ranked according to the rankings. The higher the ranking, the more they will eat." Lu Yi understood. Although there would be 100 spots in the end, it was not easy to divide them evenly. It was reasonable to decide according to the ranking. However, the inspiration of the reincarnation tree was not friendly to those ranked at the top and the bottom. This was because if everyone wanted to take a bite of the fatty meat, they would have to get rid of those who were ranked at the top first. Therefore, the higher the ranking, the more likely it was to trigger a national attack. As for those who were ranked at the bottom, they were definitely not strong enough. Killing them would mean one less competitor. Everyone knew how to deal with this. No one would be willing to be marked by the reincarnation tree at that time. How are the rankings decided? Lu Yi had some guesses in her heart, but she still had to clarify this matter. Naturally, the more enemies you kill, the higher your ranking will be. It was simple and direct. In addition, besides the rankings, there is another rule that you must remember. After a certain period of time, the Alpha Origin stage will shrink a little, until it eventually becomes an area of 10,000 miles. This fixed rule also directly stimulated the competition between cultivators. The range of the Alpha Origin stage was very large. If such a large range was maintained, it would be very difficult to determine the top 100. However, if the range continued to shrink, it would increase the chances of the cultivators meeting each other. Until the last 10,000 miles, it could be said that there were enemies everywhere. There are two criteria for the end of the Battle of the Divine Sea. One is the time limit, which is 3 months. The 3 months time limit will end. At that time, if more than 100 people are still alive, the top 100 will be chosen. Those outside the top 100 will all be eliminated. The other is the number of participants. If the time limit is not up, but there are only 100 participants left, it will also end immediately. Lu Yi silently nodded. It was very normal to have these two criteria. There are also various rich resources in the Alpha Origin stage, such as some rare flowers and herbs that can be used to refine pills. Because the environment there is the closest to the wilderness when the world was first created, the eastern painted that grows there is basically impossible to find outside. If you have the chance, you can collect some. These may not be useless in the future. Of course, there are even more spirit jades, spirit grade, and the like. When you become a star constellation in the future, you will need these things. If you have spare energy, you can collect them in advance in the Alpha Origin stage. I will remember. Lu Yi nodded. After a series of questions and answers with Yang Qing, the truth of the Battle of the Divine Sea was revealed in front of Lu Yi. He was not afraid and instead looked forward to it. Basically, all the cultivators of the various races who were going to participate in the Battle of the Divine Sea had the same mentality. Everyone was a leader of an era in their respective domains, and had gathered here. It was truly a gathering of heroes. They all wanted to know if they were stronger than others, and if there was anyone stronger than them, there was basically no one who was truly timid. From the information they had gathered, the Battle of the Divine Sea of the Alpha Origin stage was a huge test for every Divine Sea expert who was going to participate, but at the same time, it was also a kind of opportunity. Without mentioning anything else, there were many rare flowers and herbs in the Alpha Origin stage that could not be found in the outside world. Moreover, Divine Sea experts were not qualified to search for spirit jades and spirit crystals. The Alpha Origin stage gave them an opportunity to make some preparations for the future. There were still a few days before the Battle of the Divine Sea began, because the Alpha Origin stage had not yet begun. This was also the reason why so many cultivators from different domains had gathered here. There were not many opportunities to gather so many experts in a region of the starry sky. The experts of the various domains also intended to take this opportunity to get to know each other and discuss some cooperation matters. There were also people in charge of setting up stalls. Basically, there were people from every domain who did this. They brought local specialties from their respective domains, and then sold some of the local specialties of their respective domains to others. Lu Yi followed behind Yang Qing and wandered around. He listened as Yang Qing introduced the different races and their specialties, as well as places to be wary of. Then, he watched Yang Qing haggle with the stall owners in front of one stall after another. It was an eye-opener. Yang Qing probably also realized that he had done something wrong before, so after Lu Yi completed the test and returned, he deliberately gave him some general knowledge about the starry sky. At this moment, he was like an elder who was doing his duty and bringing his juniors here to train and temper themselves. Lu Yi could feel the meticulous care and advice from the other party. Of course, it would be better if he didn't haggle with others. At the moment of the meeting, Yang Qing stood in front of a beach owner's seat, fiddling with a Yuan I Grade 4 item in his hand, and seriously arguing with the stall owner. Lu Yi stood in the distance, looking down, as if he was not familiar with Yang Qing. Fellow Taoist, this glazed blue heart cup is the proud work of the strongest refiner in my domain. It has the effect of understanding the mind. The price of 5,000 spirit jades is really not high. The stall owner had a face full of earnest persuasion. Third, Yang Qing said resolutely. How about this? I'll sell it to the fated person. I see that fellow Taoist really likes this item, so it's 4,000 spirit jades. I can't go any lower. If it goes any lower, I won't be able to explain myself. I'm just selling it on behalf of someone else. Third, 3,000. Yang Qing insisted on a price and did not relent. He did not have the awareness to haggle with others when doing business. 3,500. The stall owner looked troubled. 3,000. Third. The stall owner sighed. Fine, fine. In that case, 3,000 it is. Third. Yang Qing threw the glazed blue heart cup away, patted his butt and stood up. No more. The stall owner was speechless. The stall owner was dumbstruck. If it wasn't for the reincarnation tree, he would have been able to reason with Yang Qing. Lu Yi was not surprised, because along the way, Yang Qing had done such a thing many times. According to Yang Qing, he was just practicing his bargaining skills, and had no intention of selling at all. Also, he did not have many spirit jades on him. Not to mention 3,000. He could not even afford 300. Therefore, even though he was a dragon, he was actually a very poor dragon. After meeting up with Lu Yi again, Yang Qing did not forget to teach him earnestly. In the future, when you bargain with others, you must be bold and thick-skinned. Don't be reluctant to cut. When the time comes, you'll be the one who loses out. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yi could not help but nod, his attitude saying that whatever Yang Qing said was right. On the platform there were people like Yang Qing. There were many experts who brought their juniors around to broaden their horizons. Most of them were just passing by. There were also some who were really doing business. After all, there were not many opportunities to trade with other realms. Lu Yi had some local specialties of various races, but those things were obtained from the tree world. In this environment they were not presentable, so he did not have much interest in them. When they came to another stall, Yang Qing squatted down again, and Lu Yi habitually stayed away. Staying with such an elder, there was nothing else, but it was easy to be hated. The stall owners could not do anything to Yang Qing, but they could definitely instruct their juniors to target Lu Yi. There were several treasures on the stall, all of them flowing with light and color. At a glance, one could tell that the quality was extraordinary. Yang Qing picked up the most dazzling one and said, "One spirit jade." Lu Yi was shocked. At least Yang Qing's previous bid was somewhat reasonable, but this spirit jade was a little too much. Lu Yi thought that if he were the stall owner, he would not even be able to see Yang Qing. However, what surprised him was that the stall owner showed a troubled expression. After Yang Qing's fierce gaze, the stall owner gritted his teeth. "Deal. Deal." Lu Yi was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was wrong with this world. No matter how inexperienced he was, he knew that such a treasure could not be bought with a single spirit jade. This stall owner, was there something wrong with his head? What made him even more dumbfounded was that Yang Qing said, "I don't have any spirit jade, so I'll owe you." "Deal." With that, she stood up, took the things, and left. However, the stall owner didn't stop her at all. He just looked at Yang Qing's back with resentment. Beside the stall owner, there was a junior in the Spirit Sea realm who was also dumbfounded. Meeting Lu Ye's extremely strange gaze, Yang Qing smiled slightly. "He offended me before. This is just a small lesson." "Deal." Lu Yi finally understood, but he soon realized that something was wrong, because the Divine Sea Realm Junior beside the stall owner was looking at him with fire in his eyes, as if he wanted to imprint his appearance into the depths of his soul. 1. Chapter 1232. Several days passed in the blink of an eye as they leisurely strolled around. Until one day, an extremely mysterious energy fluctuation suddenly spread from the space above the platform, and a speck of light slowly emerged. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn over. Even if Yang Qing didn't say anything, Lu Yi knew that the Alpha Origin stage was about to open. Indeed, the speck of light was rapidly expanding, gradually evolving into a door. There were already Divine Sea experts from top domains leaping towards the speck of light, completely unafraid of how such attention would affect the following battles, or whether it would cause others to gang up on them. This was absolute confidence in one's own strength. In the blink of an eye, over 100 figures had gathered around the speck of light. These people sized each other up, because they all felt that the person who appeared at this time would be the strongest opponent in this competition. Even more participants were still waiting. Some were willing to take the risk, while others were willing to endure. It didn't mean that they didn't have the guts to go up at this time, but they were definitely inferior to others. The elders of the various domains were as mysterious as usual, and didn't have much to say. They had already said what they needed to say, and it was too late to say anything else. Only Yang Qing seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and said with a calm expression, "Kid, I don't have high expectations for you. You just need to get into the top 10. Can you do it?" Lu Yi said, "Junior will do his best." Everyone understood this logic, but this was human nature. Even Yu Yao and sunshine could be avoided. The less starlight there was, the less valuable the treasure was. Therefore, in such a bet, the treasures that were sent out of the reed garden were few and far between. The more treasures that were sent out, the less they accumulated. 3. Even if it was just a strand of hair, it would be fine. Of course, at our level of cultivation, the things we bring out will naturally be too shabby. It can't be said that all of them are extremely low-quality treasures. They are abnormally rare and bad things. Bao Qi didn't understand that the pillar on the right didn't have the ability to record the origins and names of those monsters, so he couldn't help but be a little worried. Junior, you're from the 4 prefectures. As soon as the reincarnation tree finished speaking, a ball of dense light slowly spread out in midair. It was like a huge pool, and the water in the pool was the colorful water vapor. Within the water vapor, there were treasures that flickered with starlight everywhere. Yellow Dragon Realm, Ancient Jade Tower. Record. As soon as he said this, the 7 sides immediately echoed, same as before, same as before. Alpha Origin experts from top domains were not guaranteed to have the last laugh. Their elders had misjudged them and bet on treasures. In the end, they died and the treasures were left in Yang Qingzhong's hands. Such examples could be found everywhere. Insect Emperor Realm, Zhiqian. What we care about is the level of cultivation that Bao Qi displays when he activates his spiritual energy. Bao Luye from the 4 Heavens Realm. 1. Furthermore, for the sake of fairness, it would also label each treasure with a bad value, just like Starlight's Shao Qiong. To be honest, Lu Yuan's attitude towards the 4 prefectures had always been on tenterhooks, but now it seemed that Lu Yuan really did have good intentions towards the 4 prefectures. If it really didn't have good intentions, the 4 prefectures would have resisted with their current strength. Every time there was a grand event, the weak from 2 or 3 different domains would gather together. Even if the majority of people didn't participate, the number of treasures gathered would still be extremely small. At the very end, there would only be one winner eating all the meat. Northern Underworld Ghost Snake, Yu Ping. Moreover, because of the legacy left behind by history, there were still a small number of treasures left in Lu Yuan, which were all left over from the past years of gambling. Lu Yuan said, "You have to bide your time and hide your sharpness. The opportunity of the Divine Sea stage is the smallest opportunity that belongs to the Alpha Origin stage in the starry sky. If you want to fight for that kind of bad thing, then don't fight for anything in the past." Lu Yi added, "Remember those domains and those people. Each of us comes from a top domain and are his weakest competitors. When he ascends to the star constellation realm and roams the starry sky, he may have to deal with some of us." Lu Yi nodded and reminded him, "If you really can't handle it, go to a place where there are people and you won't be disturbed. Yell at the sky that you're in and out, and the reincarnation tree will let him out. However, it's useless to yell like that when you're fighting someone." A gambling house that needed the reincarnation tree to host. As the reincarnation tree was forced to become the banker, it was the smallest winner. As the two spoke, even fewer figures flew up from the 7 directions and rushed towards the door. Lu Yuan saw that there was too little time and said, "Junior, you're going." There were also some who cared too little. In the eyes of people like us, the 4th Order had retreated and would probably only live for 2 more days. This time, we came down to accompany the Crown Prince. For a moment, we wondered what the 4 Heavens realm was like. What's going on? Is the talent here not enough to move? They actually let a 4th Order participate in such a grand event. Heavenly Yao Boundary, Nanxiong. Bao Qi nodded. 10,000 Demons Little Continent, Mo Kushao. The weak from various domains once judged that a treasure marked as 1 star by the reincarnation tree is worth at least 10,000 spirit jade. That's the smallest opportunity in the Alpha Origin realm. I'm so lucky to be able to participate in it. That kind of bad thing is to compete. What's the point of competing? Most of the weak cultivators who were paying attention to the movements at the portal were surprised. They said that it was because they had heard of the name of the 4 Heavens realm. There were very few realms in the vast universe. Even people like us dared to say that it was a realm that we knew of but didn't know of. It was very strange for a realm that we had heard of to suddenly appear. The treasures were the same, but their values were different. The reincarnation tree had a long lifespan, and it had seen a lot. Therefore, it could tell what treasures were worth at a glance. Gardinas the 2 spoke, the door was completed. At the same time, 2 large and small pillars suddenly appeared on both sides of the door, juxtaposed on the right and left, just like the pillars of the door. He immediately responded in a deep voice, Junior will try his best to come back. Almost every time, the reincarnation tree would remind him like this, but it was basically useless because it had not become a habit yet. Bao Qi looked over and saw these golden lights quickly turn into lines of words. It seemed that Lu Yi had no feelings for the 4 provinces, so even after 10,000 years, he was still willing to take care of his senior from the 4 provinces. Lu Yi said calmly, "Worry, that's the reincarnation tree's record. It will record his original origin. If he retreats, it will only show that he came from the 4 heavens. Those things need to be reported by your seniors." Lu Yuan explained, "A month ago, the names of the last 100 people would appear under the pillar on the left. Until now, whoever's name is under the osmanthus on the left won't be qualified to enjoy the fruit." Lu Yuan, who was not qualified to retreat, was fighting fiercely outside. The Sunshine Reflection Realm cultivator bowed. "Old Shu, please open Yang Qing." He obediently responded and flew into the sky, retreating into the door. Immediately, a line of words disappeared under the right pillar. This was also a strange phenomenon. The last 100 people out of the 8,000 people were chosen, and only a small number of them came to serve as background. Bao Qi understood and asked curiously, "The right pillar records those things, so what's the left pillar for?" Such a huge amount of wealth would make even the most elite of the 4 heavens jealous. However, no one knew that the treasures outside were obtained by robbing unless they wanted to die. 7-color domain, Huoshi. The Sunshine Reflection Realm cultivator said, "Those who should have retreated have already retreated. The battle for the Divine Sea is over. Shall we continue as before?" He was still very confident that he would be able to enter the top 100. Although he had not met many monsters so far, he had not met Yu Yaorao and Yanji. Furthermore, we were all very weak, but he was also very weak. The reincarnation tree's voice sounded for the first time. "Fellow Taoists from the same 4 heavens domain, this old one will still say the same thing. Big bets are fun, small bets are harmful. Everyone, please act according to your ability." Very slowly, the Alpha Origin experts participating in the battle for the Divine Sea retreated from the Divine Sea door. The door slowly closed, leaving only 2 large and small pillars standing. The pillar on the left was blank, while the pillar on the right had over 2,000 lines of words. "I even brought myself to participate in such a grand event." That was a small favor, and Bao Qi silently remembered it in his heart. The gambling method was also very complicated. You bet on the Alpha Origin cultivators who would win first. If you bet right, you naturally won't gain anything. If you bet wrong, you will get back your hard-earned money. For us weaklings, participating in such a gambling game is also very boring. If we win, we will be depressed. If we lose, we will be angry. It's not a fun process to participate in to relieve boredom. But to Bao Qi, that was meaningless. Bao Qi was a supreme treasure in the universe, and there were only 7 treasures in the universe. What treasure could be more valuable than it? The 100 figures gathered around the door all threw in. Bao Qi threw in, while the door's white 2 circled around. Lu Yi smiled. "You have no ambition, but you also need to be too ostentatious. It'll be difficult to provoke public anger, and you'll lose more than you gain." Bao Qi's heart warmed as he felt the care and concern of the dragon race's younger generation. I was sure that it would only be a simple battle in the ring. I was not sure if I could make it to the top 10. But the competition in the Spirit Sea realm was complicated, especially with all the rules. Once I showed my face too much, it would be difficult for me to be targeted. Therefore, it was easy to predict what would happen outside. Bao Qi really did think so. After retreating, he tried to act as carefree as possible. His goal was to do what Tai Lei Face said, but after hearing Lu Ye's words, I immediately realized where the problem lay. That was no longer the Yang Qing of the gambling house. The number of treasures floating in the pool was probably no less than tens of thousands of them. Among the Alpha Origin cultivators who did not participate in the battle for the Divine Sea Realm, he was the only Fourth Order. So that's how it is. Only a Fourth Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator. Purple Jade Monster Star, Yao Ruoli. When our elders have something to do over there, they can always do nothing but watch. They have to wait a few months for something bad to happen. Nobody knows when it will end, so a gambling game was started. Bauchi. Chapter 1233. The tens of thousands of treasures in the treasure pool were accumulated over countless years. It could be foreseen that there would only be more and more treasures here. This was because there were many people who participated in the gamble, but not many people could win in the end. As a result, it created a situation where more people entered than left. The experts in the treasure pool were used to the dense light of treasures. After all, many of them had seen it more than once. On the other hand, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators who came to the reincarnation tree with their elders but were not qualified to participate in the battle of the Divine Ocean Realm. They were simply here to broaden their horizons. A female cultivator who had not seen much of the world covered her mouth and exclaimed, "There are so many good things. If we could sell them, how many spirit jades would they fetch?" A senior brother beside her smiled and said, "Junior sister, you may not know this, but the value of the treasures in the treasure pool can be determined by the number of starlight. Look carefully at those treasures. Do you see that each of them has a different number of starlight?" The female cultivator looked and nodded. "Yes, there are some with 1 starlight, 2 starlight and 3 starlight. This is Old Shoe's classification of treasures. It is a little different from the orthodox classification in the cultivation world, but it is not far off. Those with 1 starlight are 1-star treasures, those with 2 starlight are 2-star treasures, and so on. A 1-star treasure is worth about 10,000 spirit jades. A 2-star treasure is 3 times the value of a 1-star treasure, and a 3-star treasure is 3 times the value of a 1-star treasure." The female cultivator exclaimed, "Then wouldn't a 3-star treasure be worth 90,000 spirit jades?" "Theoretically, that is correct." The male cultivator nodded. The female cultivator looked carefully for a moment and said excitedly, Senior brother, look, there are 4-star treasures in there." There were indeed 4-star treasures, but there were not many of them. In this treasure pool with tens of thousands of treasures, one would not be able to find them if one did not look carefully. The female cultivator counted the price of the 4-star treasures with her fingers and finally came up with a number that made her speechless. They were only from ordinary large realms and had long heard of the difficulties of the experts who came out of the starry sky to search for spirit jades. However, this was a necessary resource for cultivators above the constellation realm. Every cultivator who entered the starry sky would have such an experience. Looking at it now, the price of a 4-star treasure here was likely enough to make the experts of this domain toil bitterly for hundreds of years. And to be able to take out a 4-star treasure as a wager, it was likely that only the powerhouses of the top-level domains would be able to do so. As the two of them spoke, the Sunshine Realm cultivator who had spoken first took out a treasure. He smiled and said, "Since the gambling is about to begin, this old man will throw out a brick to attract the jade. Everyone, please make yourselves at home." As he spoke, an ancient ink stone appeared in his hand, and he directly tossed it into the pool. Once the ancient inkstone entered the treasure pool, specks of starlight appeared on the inkstone's body. Shockingly, there were as many as 4 specks, causing many people to exclaim in surprise. That female cultivator also exclaimed in surprise, "Senior apprentice brother, it's another 4-star treasure." The male cultivator nodded. The first to make a move will naturally not be too shabby. Powerful cultivators like them are always concerned about their reputation. Furthermore, this person should be a senior from the Yellow Dragon realm. The Yellow Dragon realm has always considered itself to be the center of the starry sky. It is also the most powerful realm under the control of the human race. The female cultivator nodded her head thoughtfully. Loud laughter rang out. Fellow Taoist Feng is truly generous. You've already taken out a 4-star treasure. This old man cannot compare to you. My pockets are too shabby, so I can only make a move. As the laughter rang out, another treasure fell into the treasure pool. It shone with 3-star light. Following that, different treasures flew into the treasure pool from all directions. Starlight shone brightly for a moment. However, most of them were 2-star treasures. There were very few 3-star treasures. As for the 4-star treasures, there was only one from the very beginning. To most of the powerhouses who had come here, participating in this gamble was just to relieve their boredom. They didn't really have to win anything, so naturally they wouldn't place too much bet. After all, at their level of cultivation, even if they won something, it wouldn't be of much use. On the contrary, if they lost, it would be a loss. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also those who came here with the mindset of winning. After all, if they really won, they would be able to obtain many benefits. Everyone could see the characteristics of the treasures through the treasure pool. They could also clearly see which Divine Sea Realm cultivator the treasure's owner had bet on. For example, the Sunshine Realm cultivator from the Yellow Dragon Realm had bet on a junior from the Yellow Dragon Realm. With his status, he couldn't possibly bet on someone else. Gradually, the number of treasures that fell into the treasure pool decreased. Those who had the intention to participate had basically all joined in. Until a certain moment, a seemingly inconspicuous bead flew into the treasure pool from somewhere in the crowd. In an instant, the dense flowing light fluctuated, and wherever the bead passed, all the treasures retreated one after another as if they had a mind of their own. This strange phenomenon shocked everyone. They didn't know what was going on. When he fixed his eyes on it, he was greatly shocked. It was because on that seemingly inconspicuous bead, 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 starlight dots were emitted. Even the most knowledgeable powerhouses couldn't help but widen their eyes, not to mention the Divine Sea Realm cultivators who had been watching the show. They immediately cried out in surprise. In the huge treasure pool, there were tens of thousands of treasures. There were only a few 4-star treasures. The sudden appearance of a 9-star treasure was a huge visual impact. If the treasure pool was a pond, and the treasures in it were just some fishes and shrimps swimming in it, then the sudden appearance of the bead was like a big shark that had broken into the pond. In the blink of an eye, 2 inconceivable thoughts appeared in everyone's minds. What is this thing? Who bet on it? No one suspected that the reincarnation tree had made a mistake. As a starry sky treasure, it couldn't be wrong about the value of a treasure. Since it had marked 9 stars, then it must be 9 stars. At the same time, the reincarnation tree's voice sounded in Yang Qing's ears. Dragon Monarch, this bet is just for fun. Why do you have to do this? Yang Qing responded with a lazy posture. I've been a little poor recently, and I'm in urgent need of a lot of materials. This is the only thing I can take out, so I have to bet it. Old Shu, can you lend me a few good things? I'll return them to you when I have more money. This was the real reason he had brought Lu Yi here. Of course, it was also the right time. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been able to bring Lu Yi here even if he wanted to. After being sealed for 10,000 years, he urgently needed a lot of resources to restore himself. If he only relied on himself to search the starry sky, he didn't know how much time he would have to waste. Here was a ready-made opportunity to make a fortune. It could be said that with the 9-star quality of the pearl, if Yang Qing won the bet, the treasures in the treasure pool would be reduced by a few % in an instant. At that time, he could find a place to casually sell it, and he would have enough resources to recover. Hearing this, the reincarnation tree fell silent. Could a dragon race return what they borrowed? It could only listen to these words. Moreover, it had nothing to lend. Although there were many treasures in the treasure pool, strictly speaking, they didn't belong to it. Instead, they were shared by all the races in the starry sky and were only kept by it for safekeeping. Dragon Monarch, this old man asks you to reconsider. This thing is very important and cannot be lost. Yang Qing said impatiently, I'll take care of my own things. Old man, don't worry about it. The reincarnation tree sighed. Of course it knew what Yang Qing was planning. If he won, he would definitely make a fortune. If he lost, with so many powerhouses present, who would have the ability to take this thing away from him? This dragon race would definitely act shamelessly when the time came. At that time, as the symbol of fairness and justice, would it step forward to uphold justice? If it stepped forward, it would only offend Yang Qing. If it didn't step forward, it would lose all its prestige. It could be said that the dragon race's precious treasure had given it a big problem. But on second thought, even if Yang Qing lost, it seemed that no one had the right to take this bead away from the treasure pool. This was because if they wanted to take it away, they would have to stake something of equal value. Now, apart from this bead, the greatest bargaining chip was a 4-star treasure from the Yellow Dragon realm. Even if there were hundreds of other treasures, they still wouldn't be able to match the value of this bead. So Yang Qing had nothing to fear. Once the value of his bargaining chip reached a certain level, no one would be able to take it away. Even if he bet this bead, even if he lost, the bead would only be left in the treasure pool. The reincarnation tree could almost foresee what Yang Qing would do when the time came. He would definitely borrow the bead from it. This guy was here to make a no-cost deal this time. After seeing through Yang Qing's intentions, the reincarnation tree stopped trying to dissuade him. On the other side, there were already some knowledgeable powerhouses who vaguely recognized the true appearance of the bead. It looks like the legendary dragon bead? In the starry sky, there were many treasures similar to this bead. However, only a dragon bead could be so valuable. As soon as this thought appeared, many of the powerhouses present broke out in cold sweat. To be able to take out a dragon bead as a wager, didn't that mean that he was a member of the dragon race? Or perhaps he had once slain a true dragon. No matter what, he wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Although Yang Qing originally had an extraordinary bearing, which of the powerhouses here could be lacking in bearing? He was mixed in with the crowd and just stood there. However, as soon as the item that looked like a dragon bead was taken out, he immediately became the focus of everyone present. Many people around him all left without leaving a trace. Just like the dragon bead in the treasure pool, the dragon bead was alone in the center of the pool. Many other treasures floated around it, like stars surrounding the moon. No one dared to do anything. Just as the reincarnation tree had thought, when the value of a certain item reached a certain level, it would be absolutely safe. This was because no one had the ability to place a bet of equal value, so there was no possibility of it being taken away. However, there was still one thing that made everyone curious. Which divine sea realm cultivator was the owner of this treasure that looked like a dragon bead betting on? Generally speaking, everyone would bet on a junior from their own realm. There were few exceptions. Those who came here were all prideful. They wouldn't go so far as to bet on a junior from another realm for the sake of winning or losing. They wouldn't boost the morale of others and undermine their own prestige. After a careful look, the dragon bead revealed the information of the wager. Realm of 9 heavens, Luya. The crowd was in an uproar. End of chapter. Chapter 1234. A vast and ancient aura lingered around him, as if he was in the ancient starry sky. This was the first feeling Lu Yi had after breaking through the door. He understood that he was already in the Alpha Origin realm. According to Yang Qing, this was the ancestral land where the reincarnation tree was born. It was also a land that belonged to the barbaric era. The reincarnation tree had integrated it into itself and retained its original appearance. Therefore, compared to other domains in the starry sky, this place had all kinds of incredible abilities. The biggest characteristic was that magical spirit energy would be born every 100 years, which could transform a cultivator's body and give them the power to connect with the starry sky. This was the key to the Divine Sea Realm's advancement to the Constellation Realm. Lu Yi didn't know exactly how big the Alpha Origin realm was, but it couldn't be small. It could be regarded as a domain. 2,000 or 3,000 people wasn't a small number, but if scattered into a domain, it would be a little inconspicuous. The moment he appeared in the Alpha Origin realm, he activated his power to protect his body and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. If not for Yang Qing's previous instructions, he would have immediately activated the concealment and aura-concealing spirit runes to conceal his existence. But since he had an agreement with Yang Qing, it wasn't good to keep a low profile. Not only was it not good to keep a low profile, but he also had to show off. There was a ranking in the Divine Sea battle, and the key to the ranking was one's harvest. In his opinion, in the early stages, the many monsters from the various domains should have formed their own formations. This was because the Alpha Origin realm was too large and difficult to gather. Secondly, everyone needed to harvest. If they really joined forces, who would the harvest belong to? Moreover, they were all top monsters of their respective domains, people who led an era, who wouldn't have confidence in themselves. If they thought of a way to join forces with others from the beginning, it would only weaken their momentum for no reason. It should only be in the later stages, as the Alpha Origin realm shrank and more cultivators began to gather together, that there would be a situation where all sides joined forces. The several major races undoubtedly had an advantage in such a battle because there was a natural possibility of joining forces between the same races. For example, the human race, the demon race, the insect race, of course, those domains that were on good terms with each other and had connections with each other were natural allies. In this regard, the 9 prefectures had no advantage. Although the 9 prefectures were now connected to the starry sky again, it was still in a state of dormancy. Even constellation experts couldn't casually announce the name of the 9 prefectures. Of course, Lu Yi wasn't stupid enough to think that all humans could be trusted. Almost 40% of the cultivators who participated in the battle for the Divine Sea were humans, but only 100 of them emerged victorious. Thus, even though they were all humans, there were still many conflicts between them. In such an environment, there was only one way to persevere. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will emerge victorious. Lu Ye's divine sense spread out, scanning the surroundings. In the next moment, he felt another divine sense coming from a different direction. The 2 divine senses clashed and retracted. Lu Yi immediately leaped up and rushed in that direction. Since they were going to compete, he would go all out. He never imagined that his luck would be so good that someone would appear so close to him in the Alpha Origin stage. He didn't know which race it was. What if it was a human? After all, there was no deep enmity between them. They were only here to fight for the opportunity. Perhaps they could only fight and force them to back off. Knocking his opponent out of the Alpha Origin stage was also considered a victory. Hence, there was no need to fight to the death. After making up his mind, Lu Yi soon sensed an aura approaching from the front. Like Lu Yi, the other party had come to him, clearly wanting to get off to a good start. When Lu Yi focused his vision on the other side, a look of joy appeared on his opponent's face. Lu Yi felt lucky to have met an opponent as soon as he reached the Alpha Origin stage. His opponent also felt lucky because the cultivation displayed by his opponent was only at the 8th Order Divine Sea realm. He never thought that an 8th Order Divine Sea realm cultivator would participate in such an opportunity. However, since his opponent dared to come, he must have something to rely on. Perhaps his strength wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface, and he could kill enemies above his realm. However, which of the geniuses from the various great domains here wasn't an existence that could kill enemies above their realm? First layer. The gap in cultivation was destined to never be erased. As the distance closed, both sides could clearly see each other's appearance. Lu Ye's human features were very obvious, and from his attire, he was an artifact cultivator. This made the newcomer even more happy because his race was best at dealing with human artifact cultivators and body cultivators. On the contrary, it would be quite troublesome for him to deal with a human artifact cultivator. Lu Yi was also happy because his opponent had a pair of pointed ears, blood-red skin, and a tall and slender figure. If his opponent was a human, Lu Yi would have to consider whether or not to kill, but since his opponent was a blood race cultivator, there was no need to consider anything. When he was only 1,000 meters away from his opponent, Lu Yi suddenly came to a stop and politely cupped his fists. Lu Yi of the Nine Heavens greets, fellow Taoist. The blood race cultivator was taken aback. He hadn't come here to greet Lu Yi. Without stopping, a blood-red light flashed behind him as he grinned. I'm afraid it's too late to beg for mercy now. The blood river surged into the sky, turning into a huge wave that engulfed Lu Yi, who was standing motionless in place. The next moment, Lu Yi, who was floating in the blood river, was attacked by the blood race cultivator like a hurricane. For a moment, he was in an extremely difficult situation. Never fight with a blood race cultivator in the blood sea. This was a common understanding among all the starry sky races because once they fell into the blood sea, their strength would be suppressed. On the other hand, the blood race cultivator was like a fish in water. Under such circumstances, even if one was slightly stronger than the blood race, they were likely to be defeated. The blood race cultivator didn't know why Lu Yi looked so stupid and didn't even try to avoid his blood river. At first, he was a little cautious, thinking that there might be something special about this person, but after fighting for a while, he was shocked to find that there was nothing special about this guy. Lu Yi was indeed strong. An ordinary 8th Order Divine Sea cultivator wouldn't be able to last too long under his frenzied attacks, but although this person was in a difficult situation, he was still able to hold on. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lu Ye's voice sounded again. Fellow Taoist, your soul has returned to this place, so you should at least let me know who killed you, right? Has he accepted his fate? The blood race cultivator was overjoyed and his attacks didn't slow down. His voice floated from all directions of the blood river. Bloodly world, Zhou Fang, if you meet me in your next life, remember to stay away. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Many thanks for telling me, fellow Taoist. He waved the long saber in his hand and changed the topic. Please go on your way, fellow Taoist. What? Zhou Fang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes widened as he perceived an extremely shocking scene. In his blood river, a sea of blood spread out and quickly wrapped around his blood river. In terms of size, his blood river couldn't compare at all. What frightened him even more was that an extremely terrifying aura came from the blood sea, causing his soul to tremble and his body to tremble. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was clearly the suppression of the blood race's saint attribute. You're a blood race cultivator? Zhou Fang cried out in shock. Only the blood kindred could perform such a pure blood river technique. Only the blood kindred could possess such a divine nature. To be honest, he had never seen such a strong and viscous divine nature in his life. Even the blood kindred elder with the strongest divine nature in the bloodly realm could not be compared to it. But if he was a blood race, why did he look like a human? Why didn't he reveal his identity in the beginning? He couldn't understand. When the saint attribute began to suppress him, Zhou Fang became a weakling and his strength instantly plummeted. Just now, he recklessly attacked Lu Yi in close quarters. The mountain saber slashed out a saber light and cut through Zhou Fang's neck like cutting tofu. His body immediately stiffened. The blood sea disappeared, and Zhou Fang's body fell from midair. Lu Yi sheathed the mountain saber and chased after the other's body. After killing the enemy, he naturally had to search the body. He might not gain anything, but he had to go through the process. This victory was very easy, all thanks to the suppression of the saint attribute. Lu Yi didn't expect that his crazy refining of the saint blood in the blood refining world would set the stage for today's battle. Now, it seemed that any blood race would be suppressed by the saint attribute. He didn't know where this bloodly world was, but it must have some connection with the blood refining world. Could it be a world formed from the other parts of the huge female creature? The blood refinement realm was the female creature's torso, head, and limbs. Judging from Lu Ye's battle with the blood spirit in the blood refinement realm, the female creature might not have only 4 limbs. She might have 6 or even 8. If each of these parts could be turned into a world, then the number of worlds controlled by the blood race was not small, and they seemed to be invading other worlds. There seemed to be a number of blood race participating in the Divine Sea battle this time, but he didn't know how many there were. Perhaps he could do something with them. After a short while, Lu Yi finished searching the corpse and only obtained a storage bag. He burned Zhou Fang's body clean with fire, then rushed forward in a certain direction. He didn't try to hide anything and simply flew through the air openly, his 8th order Divine Sea cultivation clearly visible to everyone. Just as Lu Yi thought, the Alpha Origin realm was very large, and this was only the beginning, so there weren't many opportunities for the geniuses of various worlds to meet. But there were always exceptions, such as Lu Yi and Zhou Fangxi, and some other places. When the geniuses of these places met, regardless of race, they would basically fight. For any cultivator who came here, everyone else was a stepping stone for them to climb up, so unless they already knew each other or were on good terms with their respective worlds, there was no possibility of peaceful coexistence. After one battle after another, in less than half an hour since the Alpha Origin realm began, several people had been eliminated. Those who didn't withdraw voluntarily died on the spot. Chapter 1235. Although many of the Divine Sea Realm geniuses were 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators, because of their different origins, their backgrounds were also quite different. Perhaps they were the strongest existences in their respective realms, but when compared to the geniuses of other realms in the vast starry sky, the disparity was obvious. In a battle in the Alpha Origin realm, if 2 sides of similar strength encountered each other, it would be difficult to determine life and death. As a result, both sides would inevitably choose to give up in a tacit understanding to avoid a fight between 2 sides that would only benefit others. Therefore, in the early stages of the battle for the Divine Sea Realm, as long as there was a winner, there would also be a battle of life and death. The names of the eliminated geniuses from other realms also faded away on the golden pillar to the left of the gate. The masters and seniors who were paying attention to the changes here couldn't help but sigh. In their hearts, they didn't feel that their juniors were any worse than others, but they still had expectations in their hearts. Just like in a mortal family, no parent would feel that their child was worse than their neighbor's child. But now, it seemed that they were still deceiving themselves. In the Alpha Origin realm, Lu Yi got off to a good start. He killed people, looted their corpses, and destroyed their corpses in one go before swaggering away. He flew foolishly for half a day, but didn't even encounter a single shadow. With his current leg strength, even if he was just flying leisurely, half a day's time was not short. But he still didn't find anything. Now, he could confirm that the Alpha Origin realm was indeed very large, so the thousands of people who entered were scattered all over the place. Unless one's luck was particularly good, it would be very difficult to meet others in the early stages. There was no good way to attract the attention of others in a short period of time, so he could only let nature take its course. However, he could still slightly improve the efficiency of his search. Thinking so, Lu Yi landed, found a hidden place, and urged the power of his talent tree to condense his clone. He then put the Scarlet Dragon battle robe on his clone and equipped it with the sword gourd. Li Tai Bai, the sword cultivator, had appeared out of nowhere. He didn't change his clone's appearance. He had no choice in the 9 provinces, but there was no need to do so here. Among the 2 or 3,000 Divine Sea Realm cultivators, who would recognize him? Compared to before, there was indeed no difference at first glance, but after the second transformation of the talent tree, the doppelganger had more abilities. At the very least, if the doppelganger's power was consumed, it could completely consume spirit pills to replenish itself like the main body. There was no need to worry about the problem of spiritual power being obscured and causing a decrease in strength. In the past, Lu Ye's clone had to rely on spirit stones to slowly recover. But now, he didn't have to worry about this. This undoubtedly meant his clones Li Tai Bai. However, where there were gains, there were losses. In the past, the clone only had one root of the talent tree, but now, the talent tree had split into two. If the clone died, Lu Ye's loss would be immeasurable. Sky, and his clone, Sky realm. In the current Alpha Origin realm, the geniuses of the various great domains were probably doing the same thing as him, searching for traces of others. As long as one's luck wasn't too bad, there would always be a harvest. I wonder what race it is this time, Lu Yi thought as he flew forward. Unsurprisingly, the other party didn't hesitate to greet him. No matter who it was, Lu Yi wouldn't be afraid because within a certain range, as long as he pushed his spirit chi, his cultivation couldn't be concealed. Of course, he could also use his pseudo-might spirit crests to disguise himself as a ninth-order divine sea realm cultivator. This wasn't difficult for him. But there was no point in doing so. When he got closer, Lu Yi discovered that he had run into a human race cultivator. This was normal. The human race was a big race and there were traces of them everywhere in the starry sky. The number of human race geniuses participating in the Divine Sea battle this time was quite large, so it would be strange if he didn't run into one. Since he didn't know the other party's background, Lu Yi wasn't interested in inquiring. The newcomer was a man in his early 20s, with a chubby figure and a slightly chubby face. He had a seemingly simple and honest smile on his face, and although he was young, his sleeves fluttered in the wind, giving him the appearance of an immortal. The appearance of an immortal. From afar, the fat man spoke. Fellow Taoist is only an 8th-order divine sea cultivator, yet you have come to participate in such a grand event. Your courage is commendable and admirable. Although he said so, there wasn't the slightest trace of admiration on his face, only excitement. As he flew, a treasure appeared above his head. It was a small pagoda-like spirit artifact. This pagoda-like spirit artifact was divided into 9 layers, each of which glowed with a colorful light. The light flowed down from the top of the pagoda and finally fell on the man's body, forming a dazzling protective barrier. When Lu Yi saw the other party's posture, he knew that he was a Dharma cultivator, because only Dharma cultivators would summon their spirit artifacts before a battle. The strength of a Dharma cultivator's foundation was closely related to their spirit artifacts, especially defensive ones, which were of the utmost importance. Moreover, the other party was an extremely experienced Dharma cultivator. He didn't underestimate Lu Yi just because he was only an 8th-order cultivator, so he immediately summoned his defensive spirit artifact. This kind of person was generally not easy to deal with. After casting a protective barrier on himself, the fat Dharma cultivator raised his hand and a tattered fan appeared in his hand. At first glance, it looked like a fan that had been passed down for decades by some farmer family to relieve the summer heat, but it was obviously not an ordinary fan. The tattered fan had extremely complex patterns on both sides, like natural spirit veins. One side was blue and the other side was red, but it was unknown what they were. Lu Yi soon understood what this fan was for, because the fat Dharma cultivator gently waved his hand in his direction, and a number of wind blades suddenly formed and flew towards him. Not only were there many of them, but they were also extremely fast. Lu Yi hurriedly dodged. Before Xiao Chen could dodge all the wind blades, the fatty waved his hand again. Following closely behind the wind blades, huge fireballs blazed fiercely, as if they were meteors. Their might was terrifying. The fat Dharma cultivator waved his hand casually, but Lu Yi dodged awkwardly, making the scene extremely thrilling. Oh! Seeing that Lu Yi was in a difficult situation but still unscathed, the fat Dharma cultivator was obviously surprised, because it wasn't easy for an 8th-order divine sea cultivator to reach this level. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough and never underestimated his enemy, otherwise, he would have really suffered a setback. Although they had just fought, from Lu Ye's various reactions, the fat Dharma cultivator knew that this person's strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified to participate in the Divine Sea battle. Since he started cultivating, he had always adhered to a principle: no matter how weak the enemy was, he had to have the mentality of a lion going all out to catch a rabbit. This was also the reason why he could stand out in his own realm and follow his elders here. Unlike in the 9 provinces, Yang Qing brought Lu Yi to the reincarnation tree without even saying a word, and only after they arrived did she teach him all kinds of things about the reincarnation tree and the Alpha Origin realm. For example, in the domains that participated in the Divine Sea battle every 100 years, such people had to be selected through a series of battles. Generally, it was impossible for there to be only one sect in a realm. The monstrous geniuses of these sects had to first fight in their own realm to determine 1 or 2 of the strongest. Only then could they represent their realm and enter the reincarnation tree. In a sense, they represented the face of their realm, and if they weren't strong enough, they would only make a fool of themselves. The fat Dharma cultivator had always been a patient and careful person, and was always kind. It wasn't until this time's inner realm great competition that he revealed his edge and defeated several candidates that were favored by the elders of the inner realm. His goal was to come to the Alpha Origin realm and win one of the top 100 spots so that he could be promoted to a star mansion. If he said he had absolute confidence in breaking into the top 100, he would be deceiving himself and others. Those who could come here were all monsters, and there were bound to be stronger than him. Therefore, when he encountered an opponent weaker than him, he couldn't let them go, because this was related to his future ranking. The most taboo in cultivation was to be indecisive and kind to others, especially in the Alpha Origin realm. He wouldn't show mercy just because everyone was from the human race. Seeing that Lu Yi still had some strength left, the fat Dharma cultivator smiled slightly. Holding the fan in one hand, he unhurriedly waved it, sending wind blades and fireballs blotting out the sky, creating a lively scene. Then, he steadied his body, made a hand seal with his other hand, and pointed at Lu Yi from afar. A thin bolt of lightning burst out, piercing through the air like a bolt of lightning, and shot straight towards Lu Yi. The reason he could defeat all his opponents in his realm and win a spot to participate in the Divine Sea battle wasn't because of the spirit treasures he displayed. The spirit treasures of Dharma cultivators had always been auxiliary, not decisive factors. He also had extremely deep attainments in the Tao of Dharma cultivation, which was his true foundation. Moreover, he cultivated lightning-type Dharma cultivation. Perhaps it wasn't as violent as fire-type Dharma cultivation, but it had always been known for its speed and lethality. This really caught Lu Yi off guard. Among all the Dharma cultivation techniques, lightning-type Dharma cultivation was the fastest, so fast that even he couldn't react in time. The moment he sensed danger, Lu Yi activated the defensive spirit rune, spreading it out layer by layer on his chest. With a boom, the defensive spirit rune broke through layer by layer, but it still wasn't enough. Lu Yi immediately felt his chest tighten, and when a violent force leaked out, he involuntarily retreated dozens of feet. During this time, he had to dodge an endless stream of wind blades and fireballs. It was an extremely difficult situation. In the cultivation world, Dharma cultivators and armament cultivators had always been two entangled factions, because the core concept of the struggle between these two factions was distance. If a Dharma cultivator pulled away, a Dharma cultivator would have 100 ways to toy with the armament cultivator. However, if a armament cultivator closed the distance, it was difficult to say whether a Dharma cultivator's weak body could withstand a few slashes. Therefore, Lu Yi had been closing in on his opponent from the very beginning. However, due to the interference of his opponent's treasured fan, the speed of his advance was very slow. Now that he had been struck by lightning, all his previous efforts had been in vain.